Originally supposed to debut as a straight-to-streaming release for Prime Video.
Yeah.
Exposed. However,
See?
however, the trade publication noted that MGM or Amazon/MGM Studios opted for a wide theatrical release after it did well in test screenings with audiences.
No, see,
that changed their mind.
That's where they're gaslighting you. So they know it didn't do well, so they had to go out to the theater to get some money back.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when they're interviewing people for test audiences, they're like, "Hey, do you like the dumbest things?"
Yeah.
They go, "Uh-huh."
Yeah.
They're like, "Get that guy in here."
Let's get 4 people in here.
To be fair, audiences are usually, 2 to 3 points above critics, and so critics right now are hovering at 33% rotten on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh, wow.
So I estimate that audiences could make, with the Christmas cheer and all this stuff, I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to say 80%, 70 to 80%, and it makes me disappointed.
But they release this a month early.
I know.
That's another really awkward thing.
That's
Why
it.
November? If you release this in December, I think a lot of people are like, who all right,
It's a
yeah,
Christmas
man,
movie.
We gotta go see a
Christmas,
Christmas
let's
movie.
go.
Yeah.
But when we're not quite there yet, we're not even in Thanksgiving, and you watch this, you're
It's the Christmas creep.
yeah,
always creeping towards
people
summer.
are kind of annoyed with the Christmas creep, and then they'll probably not give the film the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I mean, this article thinks that the Red One sequel is unlikely. It's doing now, where
Does it still say about 30, 35?
Well, some people are predicting that it was 30 to 35, but it can earn as little as 25 million, or debut was which is with as much as 40 million. So that's on the high end, but still, that's probably not enough.
But how much would it make if they went straight to streaming?
That's another thing. So I think Amazon loves to burn money, and they just look at it as an excuse to sell more Amazon Prime subscriptions, and so that you could buy more products. That's how they were able to justify the Rings of Power. But back to the film, I think The Rock is just once again that stoic personality that doesn't really, the whole film kind of, sucks the air out of it. It's supposed to be a comedy, but it's just not funny enough. And
we've seen some of the buddy cop ones. I think Batista would have done a far better job here, because he can be the straight guy, the tough guy,
and more charming.
But towards the end, he can do the thing where he kind of softens up a little bit, and then you're like, oh, okay, now I'm endeared to this guy. The silly guy became a little serious, and vice versa. And there was just none of that here. So
there, yeah. There was a message towards the beginning of the film that I was into, that they were noticing, The Rock is like, I see the Christmas cheer amongst children, that's still there, but it's more the adults that are kind of losing their way and becoming more cynical and thieves and doing bad shit and being way more on the naughty list. The naughty list has grown by, times 4 or whatever over the years, and I thought, okay, this is, and I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of agree with that, and it's kind of losing face. That's really interesting to me.
Yeah.
They didn't go anywhere with it.
No.
They didn't do anything. By the end of the film, it's just like, hey, what happened, David? But yeah, but what about the thing that you said that
we saw one bad guy?
Yeah, the world's kind of turning to shit. Did everybody just kind of reverse course? No, the world is still shit. But in our small little thing, we succeeded in our little mission. Cool.
Your dad got back with his son. That one guy is still imprisoned in his car. He will live there forever.
No spoilers or anything.
The dad and the son. It's a Christmas movie. It's not like, oh, the kid died.
Yeah. So I just think that it unfortunately is a misfire. I think you would be better served rewatching Jingle All the Way, Arthur Christmas, a number of Christmas movies that I can think of. A Christmas Story for the 17th time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
These are way better. Do not go and waste your money more than $17 and taking your family and spending $80-something on this. It doesn't deserve it. The Rock doesn't deserve it. I don't know how he keeps cranking in these paychecks for this wooden stoic acting that he just plays himself. Everybody gives the short comedian Kevin Hart shit for being Kevin Hart in every film. The Rock is the same way. I don't really even think he's funny.
Oh,
Kevin Hart.
I found some of his
Yeah.
specials. I found, yeah.
Specials, yeah, maybe,
Yeah.
but I don't know. The movies,
Yeah,
he's
his-
playing it. Oh, yeah. All right. Anyways, so hundreds of millions of dollars wasted, in our opinion. Downvote the video if you think, oh, you guys don't like nothing, even though I've just given you a list of things that we like.
Yeah.
That's criticism, you know. I actually let me make clear, I wanted to like this film. There are some fun ideas here, and I think Jay was touching on them too. Here and there are parts that you can have fun with. I would say the Krampus part, the beginning, this idea that toys can be made into real objects. That really doesn't go beyond one or two things.
Well, yeah,
They
because
should have done more with that.
they went through the toy store and grabbed a whole bunch of stuff. I was like,
Right.
okay, what are you
Oh
gonna do
shit,
with
that's
it?
right. And they never
What are you
used
gonna
any of
do?
it. And it was
Yeah.
interesting. He's like grabbing Monopoly,
Yeah.
and he's grabbing
I was like, what are you gonna do with that?
robot
You know?
thing. He does use the robot
Yeah,
things,
yeah,
but
yeah.
other than that, I wanted him to use more of that.
The
gadget
slinky, he
stuff.
grabbed a slinky.
Yeah, so it fails as a James Bond spy thriller. It fails at a military movie. It fails at a child's movie. But it has a few little bits and pieces here, and goddamn, you better for a $250 million. The thing is, it never comes together as a whole and has that, coherent message that makes you feel good. I do think, I think I caught Jay rolling his eyes during the Chris Evans speech.
Oh, yeah.
I knew you were, but I was like, you know what? Okay, I think it's well said. I actually like the Rock speech at first when he was talking about, more the adults being the problem these days than the kids. But yeah, the message there, it just doesn't resonate. And I think it's a misfire. So let's go. If you have more to say, go ahead.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't need a message in this movie.
Right.
That's why I was rolling my eyes. Just give me the action, and it's okay. Happy holiday cheer. That's fine.
Yes, you do, Jay.
I don't need a message.
You like the message. The message, like in Jingle All the Way, because there's a message there.
Well, yeah, because it was about his dad doing stuff for his kids. But that's totally different. That's
Yeah,
not,
you're right, but
that's
that
not
is
me
a
giving piece of gourd, to my son about how we should be friends again.
I think it was just a poorly done message.
Yeah,
A poorly executed message that just didn't resonate.
Well, it does just in order to resonate, it's got to earn it, right? You can't just have an emotional thing out of nowhere with no context, and it kind of felt out of context.
Yeah.
Because originally, like you said, the message is almost something a little bit different, where it's like the adults have fallen out of the spirit of Christmas, and then it devolves into something else, and then all of a sudden, it's now
It
about
takes a right turn.
Yeah, it's
like
about this
now kids don't believe in Christmas.
Yeah, it's about this other thing, and yes, if you watch it, you're like, oh, that can be touching. That can be something that makes me think of my dad or wanting to be a better person. The problem is, like, you build up to these moments, and when there is no build up, it's flat.
Yeah.
And that's the whole last half of this movie was just flat because they built it.
And it was too many messages.
Yes, there was a lot.
There's like a lot of different messages.
It turned into preachiness a little bit. So that's I think where you can cross the line. It has to be done very well because people don't like to be preached to, and I totally understand that. I don't like it either. So it has to be done in a really genuine way, in an entertaining way. And when you're already knocked out of the film and you're like, this is dumb, and then they slap that on top of there, you're like, this is extra dumb.
Well, then it also opens up this giant plot hole where the whole movie doesn't work because of this plot hole, and it's stupid.
Okay, well, we got to talk about that plot hole because there's multiple that I can bring up, so I don't know which one you're
One of
talking
them is the most important thing of the whole movie. Go. What's your final verdict?
Oh, so final verdict. Because of the aesthetics and some of the costuming and the scenery and the sets that they had.
Yeah, they got those, right?
I would go 6 out of 10.
Above average.
Oh, he doesn't know, so I should have let...
5 is an average.
So 5 is average, then
right.
6 slightly above average, 4 slightly below average, and then up and down.
Yeah, I think that there were some parts that I really did like. I like the introduction of Chris's character. I mean, I'm a sucker for the costumes, the practical effects when they are used. But as far as like a Christmas movie, if I have to rate this amongst all of them, I think that this is probably slightly below average for me. I can't even. This is not the kind of one where there's individual good scenes where I'd even want to put it on the background, because you're like hanging out, you're not paying attention, and then you focus on the TV when something amazing happens.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look towards the TV when the snowmen are fighting, or when we have a touching moment in the car, or another touching moment in the sled, or a touching moment in a
Right,
thing.
none of that.
It's
None
just
of
like
that.
none of that.
There's no breakout scene.
Yeah, so there's not enough stuff, and then I don't think that CG is of quality, because this was supposed to be a streaming movie where I'm like, I have to watch this. So for me, I think I'm going to give it a 4. I don't think it's horrible. It's much better than I thought it was going to be, because I thought I was going to hate this movie. And I do think that there are parts that had it rise above where I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
But I'm giving it a 4.
Yeah, and I think it does remind me of Arthur Christmas, because it has that lore of Santa Claus and its operation and how it actually works. And that's when I think the film is at its strongest. When it's J.K. Simmons and it's the operation of how Christmas works, and he's just fun to listen to. And you get this feeling of hope around him. Unfortunately, he's gone the whole film because he gets kidnapped. And that's the whole mission, right? It's The Rock has to come to the rescue, and he gets the fish out of water, Chris Evans, and they go on their thing. So I've just seen this story executed much, much better. And but I do think that first sequence is good, and so I was probably going to give it a 3. And I think because of the starting sequence and because of the practical effects, because I agree with Jay there that it does have some moments here and there. And I would say maybe one that you can keep on the background is the Krampus stuff.
Yeah.
I do like the Krampus stuff. But I do think the ending is kind of disappointing. Oh, okay, so I'm wavering. I'm gonna go below. It's below average. It's definitely below average.
Fucking Scrooge.
I'm gonna go with 4 out of 10, so the same exact score. Well, fuck you.
I am a
Scrooge.
Scrooge.
3 out of 10.
I am a Scrooge.
No, I'm gonna go 4
I'm the Scrooge kid in terms of East to people, though.
This to me,
Or the
should've-
chicken. The chickens.
I think if it was on streaming and if it was an Amazon release and it came where you didn't have to fight the movie crowds and spend overpriced on all their bullshit, and the tickets are ridiculous. If it just came out on Netflix or Amazon Video, nearer to Christmas, it would get a little bit. It would be graded on a curve. But me having to deal with all that shit, it's a 3-4. I'll end on a 4 for Christmas. Yeah. Hey, don't say I never did anything for you. The Christmas spirit and cheer gives it graded on a curve. I also wanted to talk about Lucy Liu. Like, a lot of people like Lucy Liu, but me, I'm going to be honest. I've never liked Lucy Liu's acting. She's so wooden. I just don't buy anything with Lucy Liu here, and she's like...
It's a small part.
It is super small.
It is, yeah.
But I mean, if you consider, just like J.K. Simmons, that's a small part.
Well, they couldn't afford anybody else other than The Rock. They're like, hey, I'll be in this movie, but I'm only going to be in it for 10 minutes because he's got all the money.
And unfortunately, The Rock
that's all they could pay for it.
The Rock was kind of the worst part, and he's in it the most, and it's the most boring to watch. Just one guy going about his work day, essentially. And yeah, so I'm gonna go 4 out of 10, and then we can actually jump into the spoiler section here if you want to save some money or avoid it and get some of these spoilers.
You know how it's the Christmas movie. The kid doesn't die and Santa gets sick.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay, well, thank you so much for watching. Let's go into the spoiler section next. Hey, welcome to the spoiler section.
I would have given it 3 full points if they had done the thing where, like, Santa dies and the kid,
Well, see, now that you guys are saying that, and you make me feel like I love the movie.
No.
When I say 6,
Well, I mean, so do you think it's an average movie, or do you think it's slightly above average?
He didn't know our rating system.
I would say average.
Okay. That would be a 5.
A 5. Okay.
Yeah.
On our scale, that would be a 5. So okay, so go ahead, Alex. Tell us, what was this all about?
This movie is about there's kind of like a piece of shit, but he's the greatest bounty hunter of all time, and he's on the dark web, and he's broke all the time because he's a gambling addict, but and he's estranged from his son, and he gets a mission to track somebody, and for evil people on the dark web, and what they actually wanted is they wanted to track down where Santa Claus was, and so he successfully gives them that information, which of course gets Santa kidnapped, and then The Rock has to come and find him, and then they work together to get Santa back, and then they go through this whole hidden world, and he has to get back together with his son, and then you find out that it's all due to the Christmas witch.
Yeah. So here's where hidden, baked in extra points for me. I didn't know nothing about Grilla or something. You whisper her name and she can hear you from ever. And I'm like, oh shit, man, you're talking about Krampus? I said, no, this ain't Krampus. This is something different. This is a Christmas witch. So it's a monstrous entity who lives in the wilderness of Iceland. The name Grilla first attested to medieval sources. However, unambiguous references to a gender and her association on Christmas only starts from around the 17th century. So she was always like scaring children before that, and then she started to get associated with Christmas. She's represented as a hideous and greedy ogress who wanders between human settlements and demands charity from those she encounters, often asking from it from naughty children. So I had never known her, and I thought this was interesting, unique, different. Is the villain particularly good? No, I would. I like the Krampus character that's here, and he's associated with. Apparently, they were in a relationship. That's funny part. It's his ex.
Yeah,
and he's like, yeah, we used to punish people, but I don't do that life no more. Before it was shoot big and bodacious, and boy, she's like, he's waxing poetic about her, and I like that part. But her and her children, typical movie villains, it wasn't very effective.
Totally forgettable. And then her whole thing is she's going to make copies of this snow globe, and the snow globe is a solitary confinement for all naughty children. But all you have to do is repent your sins, and then it immediately break it. And so if I go, you've been naughty, Joe, and I throw him in a solitary confinement, within 24 hours he'd be like, man, I really wish I hadn't been so naughty. And then it would and then so this whole thing about imprisoning almost half of the world because they've been naughty means nothing. Nothing works. The first two people she throws in prison towards the end of the movie is she kidnaps Chris Evans' son, and then Chris Evans goes in to save his son, and all he has to do is like, I should have been a better father to you, and then it breaks both of their snow globes, and they get out.
And then the guy with the force, got the ticket, and he's like, oh, give me the ticket and stuff, and then he goes away. Where'd he go?
He's dead.
Right.
Is he dead?
The globe,
so.
she wants to collect all the evil people, and there's millions and millions of evil people. And she's like, my collection will begin with you two. And I was like, but the Force guy, there should be a ball over on the rack.
It didn't return.
It didn't return.
So he's stuck in the Porsche.
In the ball, in the Porsche.
In the ball, in the Porsche.
Okay. So that guy is still fucked.
He's just dead. He's gonna die.
See, it needed you to explain this to me because it didn't explain it in the movie.
What else? Okay, so there's a secret organization, the ELF, that helps Santa. There's a whole city in the North Pole. It is protected by a bubble shield that is also refractive, so you can't tell it's there. It's stealth. And but a secret organization controlled by Grilla and her sons breaks into it using an atomic subparticle disassembler and breaks it, and then they go in and they steal Santa, and of course The Rock has to do his what do you call it, skyscraper thing where he
runs on the top of the building,
outrunning a fucking snowmobile and sliding down things, just silliness, which is fine,
it's fine.
It's just, but and so they get away and they fly off on a plane, but it was all a ruse because they really needed the power of the city itself. No, it was kind of confused because you need Santa's power to power this machine that was used in the 1800s to help children with presents that duplicate stuff, but they had to do it in the city. No, I don't see why it has to be in the city, because I guess the city is power and Santa is power.
That's where all the machines were, because like
But they didn't need all the machines. They just needed one machine, that old machine. So for whatever reason, it's not some old shack in the middle of I don't know, the Russian tundra. It is the same city that they're in.
It's the original Santa's workshop, and that's they said it's the only place where they could possibly create that many duplicates in one time.
Which I don't buy, because you could take that machine and move it, unless it was also the magic of the city or whatever. But clearly they were siphoning J.K. Simmons' magic and power into the machine, and that's how they were duplicating the snow globes. And then she was planning to be like Santa and basically do an operation where she goes down every single chute. She's not trained for that, so I'm not sure how she was going to get to every single house to give every single child and adult a snow globe so that they can all perish, or not perish, just join her collection and be punished. And maybe, Alex, she doesn't want to kill everybody, and maybe she just wants to punish them, and maybe if they do repent, she'll be like, all right, well, good, you repent.
I mean, she
served your punishment.
She said that if you had ever lied, like jaywalking the rocks, like that's virtually every human being on Earth. So she wanted to imprison virtually every human being on Earth.
Yeah.
Except for they would
punish them.
They would
all punish them.
They all would have gotten out immediately.
There wasn't a lot of room. There's I saw like 2 wrecks.
It was. It was 2 wrecks.
It's gonna
that fill up pretty
quick, you know.
Okay, so you have that organization, and The Rock is the commander, and what's his name? Just inconsequential. Something Slade.
Something Drift.
Drift.
Yeah.
Slade. Drift.
Yeah. Chad Chaddington.
Might as well just fucking call him Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah.
Just fucking The Rock, you know.
Dwayne.
And he is gonna retire. And J.K. Simmons, you know, has been his right-hand man, and they feel like they're a well-oiled machine. So he's like, why? Just tell me why before you hand in your paper, sir. But this is all stuff I like, though. I was liking the movie at this point. And then he was like, you know, and he's like, we bring happiness to children everywhere. The Rock, why would you do this? And he's like, well, I do like the children, you know, because it's got written in his contract. He's a good guy. You can never lose. But he eventually says it's not the children, it's the adults. And earlier in a scene where J.K. Simmons just wants to go out to one of the Philadelphia's malls, and he's interacting with the people as the real Santa. They don't know he's the real Santa. And they go behind the scenes, sir, and they have this police escort and shit, which we'll get to in a second. But he sees a lot of adults stealing stuff. And
all the grown-ups are assholes, and it's because they're in Philly. Like, those people threw rocks at Santa and ice balls at Santa Claus. Batteries. Yeah, it's like...
okay, so then he turns in his papers, and he's like, oh, you know, well, you know, and Santa kind of gives a little bit of a retort where it's like, it's deep down inside, you know, they've lost their way, and that's all the more reason that we need to be here for those people to eventually come back. So that's the message. It's a good message, and I thought they, you know, would play more with that, with, you know, showing scenes of, you know, people who are thieves or kind of, you know, changing their ways, but nobody does that really. In fact, the main thief of the film, Chris Evans' character, never really learns to stop doing a lot of that stuff. He just doesn't do it to his son anymore. And so as long as he's nice to his son, then he can steal candy from a baby.
Light gazebos on fire.
Light gazebos on fire. Trip police officers and give them head injuries.
Throw the dogs at them. You know,
right.
Yeah, it's like...
So it's a little confused in that, but and I wish there was more done there. But I like the message, and I'm like, okay, I get it. Go ahead.
I think a major thing that I really didn't like about this is I think that the Men in Black thing works really well when it is a total secret. And that's not a secret at all. Like, the military knows Santa is real. Every world government knows Santa is real. He's got police detail. So it's like only like the average parent and kids don't know.
Are the ones that,
and then
in the dark,
Yeah, and so it's like they're like, oh, everyone knows, and that's the one thing Lucy Liu has to go do. She goes notifies every country on Earth that there may not be a Christmas, and then like there's the United Nations has to be let know, and it's like, well, that kind of takes away some of the magic, and there's kind of like, you worry because this secret is important in those other films, and this is not important at all. because everyone already knows.
Yeah.
So it's like I think they did.
Well, the military knows, or people of stature know, and that sucks. You're right.
Yeah.
So like your standard Raptor pilots would know because they're literally escorting Santa.
Yeah.
And I was like, I like that. That's a cool visual because some people say, hey, NORAD is tracking Santa, and the U.S. is sending Raptor jets, to escort him. So it's cool to see, but when you think about it harder, you're like, no, because then the traffic controller's like, yeah, yesterday I escorted Santa. Oh, shut up, Dad. But no, it's for real. He really did. So, yeah.
Yeah, and then towards the end, we get to the point where Santa's kidnapped, and they have very little clues to go on, and so they go visit Santa's brother Krampus, and so he's in his own little bubble. He's locked away there. There's a truce. He's like he stays in his bubble, and then no one does anything. And it's really interesting. It's a cool world. Yeah. It's a cool set. There's all these like goat men and demons and hellhounds.
Drive into the middle of a cemetery to get to his lair and stuff like that. I thought that was really.
There were hellhounds too.
Yeah.
And he had
the chicken.
He had to use a chicken on a keychain to. Her name was Elaine. Elaine the chicken. He's like, distract him, and then he lets the chicken go. But man, if that chicken gets caught, you just lost Elaine. You're dead.
Yeah, but she is his rubber chicken.
But she did survive because once they got out of the situation, which we'll get into here in a second, she joins them as they run out the castle. So she survives. But once we get into the castle, Jay, what happens here? Like originally they're gonna capture. Or what? No, it's fucking Chris Evans steals gold, so they get imprisoned.
So they find out that he's there because he stole some of the offerings, the gold offerings, and him and the Rock get captured, and then they go into the big meeting hall or whatever, and they meet Krampus finally, and then finally
everybody's drinking, having a good time.
I want to hang out there. That sounds great. He said it's Krampus knocked every night. It's like
yeah. It looked super fun, you'd want to be in a setting like that.
Yeah, they're drinking meat out of a horn. Like, let's go.
Big horn. It's like.
And what were they playing there?
Well, they were playing
Krampus Slap.
What was it?
I think it's called Krampus Slap.
Krampus Slap. Everything had a German kind of take to it.
Yeah.
So they're playing the slapping game. Which is made popular by, the Russians, or I don't know. There's a slapping competition that's funny that I know, people.
It's really good for the brain.
Yeah,
good. So he's just slapping fools, and like everybody has no chance against this muscled, demonic-looking demigod. But they come up, they're like, you're gonna stay here with me, Chad, Slade, Drift, The Rock. And Chris Evans does the good thing. He's like, you can tell everybody about it. You can run. And that's when we figure out that Chris is a good person. Jack is his name. And he doesn't leave him behind. Yeah. And he comes up with some clever things, like bumps into somebody and takes their stuff, takes the gauntlet that The Rock's been using the whole time that gives him extra strength. And he wagers that he's like, oh yeah, The Rock was boasting that he can beat you in this slap fight. And The Rock's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And so we do get to see, I guess The Rock is like, yeah, now that it's in public with my, contract that I can never lose any fights, he has to, put a clause in there. Okay, you can slap my ass silly.
The one disappointing
fly.
But he only loses the round, not the match.
Yeah. The one thing disappointing thing about that was it was a slap fight. It's like, how come they just like duke it out? How come they couldn't just fight?
Like MMA fight?
Yeah,
that would have been more entertaining and fun. I think
know?
it's because it was just a popular thing on YouTube or something, and maybe they're
trying to
tapping
meme that,
into what's popular now. Is this slap fighting? Yeah, that would have been cool. Like cage fight, like in Spider-Man.
Yeah, something like that.
Buzzsaw is ready. Something like that. But yeah, no, they went with something. I guess because they thought it might be funnier and do the slap fight. So eventually, The Rock slaps him with the glove that Chris Evans puts on at the last second, and then slaps the shit out of Krampus. And that creates enough chaos where they are able to just punch everybody.
He makes The Rock
he pops the robot up. So that was the other time he used. So what are all the things he used? He used robots. A Corvette.
Two cars, a
Yeah.
truck.
A C8, which I liked, and a truck.
Yeah, it's big
But
old
that
Silverado.
counts as the same thing. So you got Rock'em Sock'em, chicken, and car.
Yeah. All the other.
What happened to Monopoly?
Yeah, all the other 10 toys that he grabbed.
To all those other really cool toys that he never fucking used. The whole film, reoccurring joke. Jack wants to buy a toy of Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman, yeah.
It did make me laugh the first time I saw it, but it was kind of lessened because I think that joke was in the trailer. Yeah, so, and that's a crossover. MCU, Captain America wants to get down with DC's Wonder Woman.
Well, Rock is just Black Adam, and so
Yeah, Black
so the whole crossover is just real good.
Okay, so once they find out, they're like, wait a minute, the only place they can make this many globes is the North Pole. That's the only place they can do it. And so he calls into headquarters. They answer, and he's like, And it's been lip service that these are shapeshifters they're fighting.
Right.
And so he calls in, and it's the Mrs. Claus, which I don't know, this lady didn't feel like Mrs. Claus to me. I wish there was a more, different Claus that feels more like Mrs. Claus. I guess this is just a younger version of Mrs. Claus. And she answers, and she's like, yeah, I'm baking him cookies. That's all I can do. I guess I can't stop thinking about him. He's like, what kind of cookies did you bake? And she's like, macaroons. And he's like, okay, he's going to love that. He ends the call. That's a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
Santa Claus hates macaroons.
And actually, you said it just like he did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's basically
It's exactly the same way he did it.
That's the Rock. He's got no emotion. He's got, a few dials, and that's about it. But did you notice also that Santa Claus hates Chinese cookies? What a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
He took a Chinese cookie.
Well, I think they
then he
had
put the
macaroons
cookie
in it.
back.
That was a macaroon.
That was a macaroon?
That's
Okay. I
Yeah.
thought so he flew to France?
No, so there's macaron, which are made out of, they're like meringue cookies, and then there are macaroons, which are coconut.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And so
Which one is other Joe always going on about?
The
'Cause
French
he loves
ones.
them.
Yeah.
Does he love macaroons?
He enjoys them, yeah,
likes that
because it's a
French stuff?
chocolate coconut. He actually likes it quite a bit.
So he likes both macaroons and macarons.
Yes.
I didn't know there was a difference.
I keep
No.
track of
Macaron.
what kind of cookies do you like? Because I keep track of what everyone likes and doesn't like.
I like
Macaroon,
double
macaron.
chocolate shit.
Cookies?
Yeah.
Caramel cookies?
Yeah.
Crispy?
I like chicharron.
Or,
No,
or
no.
cakey?
Cakey, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Cakey but not chewy?
Or chewy, yeah. Definitely not crispy. Not hard, not hard.
Macaroon. Okay. Anyways, so they figure out they're all shapeshifters. Apparently, all these people had previously captured these people one by one and replaced them with shapeshifters in order to help facilitate her stealing the sleigh. Which, by the way, the sleigh was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Traditionally in all these movies, they make the sleigh very small and have the bag on it, and it's just a magical bag that will pop a bunch of presents. In this one, the sleigh is bigger, and I like that. And the fucking reindeer are fucking huge, and they're massive, and they're powerful.
And they're apparently all women.
And they're all women. Yeah, where's Rudolph? God damn it,
I know. I wanted
Rudolph.
Rudolph. Come on.
Yeah.
At least one Rudolph.
They don't live forever.
Another one splattered.
Okay, well, Rudolph's dead.
Reindeer
Bring
sounds
the
like
mood down.
It got to be in one more.
Yeah. So, anyways, their
Randolph.
antlers glow when they go into hyperspeed, and they actually use in the final battle, they use the reindeer to battle the boss, because the boss is pretty big. The ogress, she goes into the ogress, but they do have this creative thing where it's not a bag, it's a barrel, and then the barrel spits out tiny toys. And throughout the whole film, this Rock is doing this really bad CGI thing where he clicks his boots together and he turns into the size of an elf. So I guess that's where the elf lore comes from, that they're little people.
Tiny, yeah.
And then he gets big and small and big and small. And these fight scenes, they're hilarious. They look awful. But yeah. So they do that to the presents. Then they make the presents big, and then Santa goes small and big to get in there. But they never address that he can't do it that fast. There's been other, explanations of Santa lore how he can do it that fast.
Yeah.
There's one where it's almost like time stands still and he can do it all, and then time begins again. I like that one the best. Or he's just so goddamn fast and magical, and they've depicted that where it goes.
Yeah.
But this, no. He does like one, maybe 3 houses. They do clips between the different cities, and I'm like, well, you're already out
I
of
like
time.
the aircraft. They had a flying aircraft carrier thing. I mean, it's a
That was
giant.
cool.
It's like the
the
Avengers
lore.
floating aircraft, and it's actually that thing holds all of the hoppers for all. I mean, it's thousands of these giant barrels holding all these things. That explains like where all the toys come from. But the witch didn't have that if she was going to deliver 6 billion globes.
Yeah, she just put them all in her sleigh.
Krampus's sleigh was pretty cool.
Yeah.
that was
It
that was
seemed-
He
really
had like
neat.
a singing
Yeah.
asshole sleigh.
Yeah, yeah.
And they can fire fireballs.
Fireballs,
And
yeah.
so, in the final battle, as she's collecting all of these globes that she's going to distribute amongst people, and she starts to fly, both The Rock and Jack manage to run and get on the sleigh, and it's actually Jack that saves the day by getting thrown by this ogress who is huge. They try to take her on physically when she's a beautiful blonde tiny little girl, which by the way I liked her witch look. When she, her eyes glowed, I was like,
Yeah.
that's a badass looking chick.
Yeah.
That's a boss ass chick. But so they try to attack her because she's small, but then she's like easily leaves them because she's like a shapeshifter, so she's very strong. She throws Chris Evans and he falls in the reindeer, and then he does the impossible where he's holding onto a chain from the first rung, lets it go, grabs the second rung, lets it go, grabs the sleigh. I'm like, dude, you would have been trampled.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Anyways, he's the one that kicks off the reindeer, which
The one,
frees the reindeer.
one and only point of contact between the reindeer and
You
the
would
sleigh.
think that shit
That's
would
it.
be stronger
Just
than
one
just
thing.
be able to kick it.
That's
So
it.
he kicks it off and it doesn't fly. She gets pissed, or no, she falls off the bridge,
Right.
transforms, and The Rock was knocked out this whole time. What was
He's
The Rock
trying to
doing?
free Santa Claus during this.
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
Oh, right, okay. So he's freeing Santa Claus, and then she comes up over the bridge as this big thing, and it's like, okay, let's have our fight. And The Rock's like, I'm not going anywhere. And he's having his rock scene, in
And there's
his
no
own
one else in the
mind.
North Pole, even though it's a huge city filled with tens of thousands of people who live
That
there.
had
and
multiple agents, and
security
multiple
teams,
walls, and multiple
There's an
security
aircraft
teams.
carrier. They could have dropped a barrel on her.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
but
That would
instead,
have been way cooler.
yeah, instead Krampus shows up and he lights her on fire a little bit.
That's
Yeah,
which
so
was kinda cool.
ultimately, The Rock is getting his ass kicked, and the part that we did like is Krampus does show up, fires a few fireballs from his sleigh, because this is in this movie Santa's brother. So that's interesting. I don't know if that's the way it is in the lore of Krampus,
I've never, yeah,
but
I've never heard that.
I like it because they have this, kind of hatred, but yet brotherly love for each other.
Yeah.
And even Krampus is like, Merry Christmas to his brother, like, I did this for you,
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff. So I like that. Good message. Krampus goes over there to Pete's like, this, y'all don't know how to speak to women, especially not a real woman like this. And she's gross looking, but he's into it. So he runs over there, but he gets his ass kicked. And it's ultimately who that takes care? It was, the reindeer. So Santa screams out the word that he uses to launch the reindeer into hyperspeed, and all the reindeer come back, boom, 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 hit her. And
Knock her into the snow globes.
And because she breaks the snow globes, I guess the magic of the snow globes turn her into
Yeah.
a snow globe.
All she has to do is say that she's sorry, and then she immediately gets back out.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
Yeah, well, since it's his ex, he can start dating her again and everything's fine. So this whole, I don't think there's any consequences, Alex, in the mythical world. You just have to say you're sorry and then everybody's cool with it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Headless Horseman was in jail, so they imprisoned the horse in one place. His body is in Area 32, and they put his head in cryo-freeze. So,
yeah.
like, there's definitely prison and consequences in this world.
So when she says sorry, Alex, and she breaks out, they'll imprison her again.
Yeah, that was. And 3 different
Put her
prisons.
in a real prison. Then he has a moment, Krampus and Santa have a moment, then he flies off, and he wants a rematch, the slap fight, because he got knocked the fuck out. And I would like to see a rematch and see, give The Rock the gauntlet and let Krampus just do his thing, and we'll see who actually wins.
Krampus kills him in the first thing.
Yeah, he did
Yeah.
say I could kill you in the first hit, but
Yeah.
that wouldn't be fun.
Yeah.
And I believe him. All right, what else? Oh, and then the Christmas message, Alex. What was the Christmas message?
Chris, Jack, and his son, Jack was staying away because he's like, look, I'm not a good father. I wanted to distance myself from my son because he's with his mom and stepdad, and they've got a really good thing going, and realized that was a mistake, and he needs to cultivate this relationship, and they build that together, and Santa's like, you guys can come with me and deliver presents.
Yeah, but the real irony of that was Jack was right. He was right to stay away. He was a big piece of shit. And he would have ruined the relationship, constantly disappointing his son if it weren't for this mythical world changing him. But without this mythical world, Jack was never going to go and self-reflect and be a good father to his son. So Jack was doing the right thing.
Yeah, he was.
Ultimately. Yeah. But because this happened, now he can be a good father in addition to the stepfather, I guess.
Yeah. So they brainwipe him because he can't know that Santa and
Well, everybody else knows.
Everybody else
Okay.
knows. Remember?
Sorry.
All the military people know.
Everybody
At least the
else knows.
pilots
all
and
the
the
government,
aircraft.
and everyone in every government organization knows, and the United Nations knows.
Right,
and-
because they let him fly around.
yeah.
All right. Well,
A giant
that's
pile
pretty
of
much-
wasted potential is ultimately what
there's
this
no
ends up.
after credit scene. I thought they were trying to set up this unique Christmas thing.
Uverse.
And Amazon is waiting to see how it does. There was some talks that maybe Krampus could have a spin-off, or there could be spin-offs, but they always talk like that, and maybe a sequel. But I don't think it's going to do well enough for that. It's already tracking lower than they want. Maybe they can get a return on investment once they put it back on streaming, and we'll see how it goes from there. But I think it's a one and done. And honestly, I think it's one of The Rock's worst performances or worst, films. It's pretty boring, but it's helped by that Christmas merit.
Yeah, I think
if the Christmas thing wasn't there, this would be the worst.
I think Skyline is worse. I think Rampage is worse. But it's close. Like, this is pretty bad. Close.
Okay, well, we also forgot at the beginning, as a kid, Jack reveals to other children that their parents just hide all the presents.
There is no Santa.
And there is no Santa.
So I thought that was going to be the message,
yeah,
too.
that was going to be a message, but it kind of gets lost in there.
Yeah.
It is there, and it gets resolved somewhat, but they needed to emphasize that.
Well, they can't do that because then if there is Santa in this world, the parents would all know that Santa is real. Like, they would know that Santa's real because if you went down the stairs and there was nine presents that you're looking over and you're like,
who
where
the
the hell?
fuck entered my house without my permission?
Yeah, it's like, okay, so everyone on Earth other than kids know that Santa.
Yeah.
It's like,
okay, there you go.
Because he's like, yeah, these are the presents we bought, but Santa brings his own presents.
Yeah.
Which is it? I don't know.
Santa also gave Vampire Assassin 4 to a kid who's way too young for that. Now, I approve of young kids playing violent video games.
Sure.
But Santa should not be given to doing that.
Yeah,
That's
toughen
a
the
popular
kids
game
up.
this year.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think we've covered it all, and we just watched this
It
thing
didn't
5
deserve it.
minutes.
It didn't deserve this level of coverage.
Yeah, an hour. My God. Okay, well, thank you guys so much for watching, and it's more cathartic. For those of you who don't want to waste your money, we tried to give you your full bit there.
Yeah.
Did we cover everything? Yeah, I kept waiting for Jack Frost or hit something with Jack to be a thing, but
That's already been a movie. There's been movies where like Jack Frost imprisons Santa and stuff, and it's like this is just a rip-off and a combination of scenes of better movies. It's like, how do you rip off Terminator 2?
Everybody.
Shapeshifter phone call. It's like, okay, how do we rip off this movie? How do we rip off this movie?
That's kind of what it was. A kind of a generic, thing that you could just put on in the background. Definitely streaming material, and that's why it was that. All right, guys, that's going to be it for the Red One. Thank you. A colossal waste of money. And honestly, what's wrong with Hollywood? It's like, stop spending this kind of money on this kind of crap and start utilizing that money better. Some real creative projects with directors and scripts that have real vision. All right, thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you guys on the next Angry Joe Show. Bye, guys.
have high hopes.
Tear them to pieces!
I heard that one.
Max ammo.
Exfil window is opening.
Get some! Extra crispy! Kill, motherfucker! Good boy!
Kaboom!
Now that's the summer touch!
Hey, need to shut down that pickup offer for now, team.
Why do things the hard way?
Double points.
Is it loud? Because sometimes I like it loud.
feel super pedantic today.
Double points.
I'm so done with target discrimination.
Easy mode, likely craptacular tier reward achieved. Yay. Upgrading trial rewards. Keep it up.
Overkill! Maybe?
Max armor.
Your efforts provided useful data. Please note I did not say very useful.
Shuffled right into that one. Down like dominoes.
Choppers available for exfil.
Get some! Extra crispy!
Tear them to pieces.
Suspending exfil for now, Alpha. You're on your own.
Back to the grave!
Evan.
Down you go, creepy.
Insta-kill.
Yes, that makes things a little easier.
Double points.
How's it feel to be a winner?
Extraction is ready when you are, Alpha.
Your world is ours now.
Activating ether shroud. Get some! Extra crispy! Boom! Checkmate apple! Why do things the hard way?
Snooze, you lose. Exfil window closed.
What a brain scrambler.
Tear them to pieces.
Jesus.
Another one splattered. for me. I'm killing it. That makes things a little easier.
Double points.
Overkill. Maybe? High and tight.
Extraction's already in your AO. Limited time offer.
Ugh, we're fucking done. I'm calling the bird.
Pickup's inbound. Hang tight.
Alpha team, clear out the LZ or evac ain't happening.
Track set.
On final approach, echolocation. Cruise and
Let's fucking go.
So I am officially done with Dragon Age the Veilguard, both literally and metaphorically, because I have been playing through it for the last whatever week and a half, 2 weeks, and I have rolled credits numerous times. I have tested different choices, different endings. I have tried different romances, companion quests, all of the stuff. And I am left feeling very, very underwhelmed, frankly, and also a little bit misled, which makes me angry. To put it really simply, I feel as though Dragon Age the Veilguard was sold on the premise that it was a big epic fantasy RPG, you know, kind of like Dragon Age, that franchise. Perhaps it's unfair of me, but I thought that that's what this game was going to be, and having gone to a preview event where I played 7 hours of the game back in early September, I felt as though that's what this game was presented as. It was pretty clear that they were saying this was going to be that big epic fantasy RPG, and it just frankly isn't. Instead, it plays much more like a friendship simulator and a group therapy visual novel mixed with a high production fantasy action game. Problem being, none of those are an RPG, and Dragon Age the Veilguard doesn't excel particularly at any one of those 3 components. It's not a very good friendship simulator, it's not a very good group therapy visual novel, and it also is really lacking when it comes to the action side of it, with terrible enemy variety and combat that can grow quite stale as it goes on. And while the first maybe 10 hours of the game feel quite interesting and it feels like it really is this epic fantasy RPG, the more you go on and the deeper you get into the game, the more you realize that that is purely relegated to the first chunk of the game, and then the last several chunks of the game are just about pursuing these companion quest lines, some of which are pretty good, others that are really bland and lackluster. And that's of course built upon the premise that you like the companions with whom you are completing this quest. And that is an assumption I don't think you can make here. And that's because some of the companions are fine or even likable, especially after you get through their storylines. Others are extremely annoying. One is even a full-on spoiled brat who I would not have tolerated spending time with even in like middle school. They're so obnoxious and spoiled. Like it's crazy to me that anybody thought that this character would be likable or interesting, but don't worry, we'll get into that. To put it simply, Dragon Age the Veilguard is extremely disappointing because it doesn't actually deliver on what was promised. And what it does deliver to the player, it doesn't do particularly well either. Don't get me wrong, there are some things that are really impressive. The game is extremely polished, which I do think deserves some credit in the modern day when PC ports are typically atrocious. So I think it gets kudos for that. I do think it is very pretty. It does have an interesting and unique art style. You don't have to like it, but I do think it executes upon it very, very well. I think the hair simulation and character creator is also very impressive, save for the complete lack of butt customization. Like, I hate to be this guy, I don't have a Katunkus, okay? I don't. It's flat as a board, but even my keister is bigger and more bulbous than whatever the max slider is in Dragon Age the Veilguard. Like, seriously, look at this. It's hilarious. Like, seriously, look at this. That's the slider for your butt. Like, what happened to inclusion, man? It's so stupid. I know it's like really dumb to bring this up as like a point in a sort of review video, but when I saw that at the preview event first and then they didn't fix it for the final launch, I was like, really? Like we're gonna add in like all these very specific things like for skin conditions or for very particular hairstyles, whatever, that's cool. But just something as simple as having a slider to make the butt a little more plumpy, that's over the line. That's objectifying. I'm like, maybe I want my butt to be objectified in this game. Maybe. Anyway, I don't know what that diatribe was, but I mean, the point of all of this is just to say that Dragon Age Veilguard I find very disappointing, and in this video I'm going to go through some details on why I feel that is. And we're going to have a special segment at the end of the video where I bring my wife in and she is going to explain her thoughts. If you don't know, my wife Nikki is a die-hard Dragon Age fan, like old school Dragon Age Origins forever, that kind of hardcore fan. And I've let her play this. I've not shared with her my extensive thoughts. I've let her play all the way through it. She's max leveled. She's gone through everything, done every single quest line, and she has some strong thoughts as well. So if you're interested in her non-gaming YouTuber just fan of the franchise thoughts, make sure to check that out. We're going to jump into it right after we say a thank you to our sponsor for this video, Factor. Factor makes stress-free, ready-to-eat meals that are never frozen and delivered straight to your front door with chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals ready for you to eat in as few as 2 minutes. You can choose your meals from a weekly menu of 35 different options, including things like calorie-smart meals, keto-friendly meals, protein-heavy meals, or vegan meals. Not to mention they come in these really nice, clean packages, so if you want to just put them in your lunchbox and bring them to work or to school or wherever you're going, you can do that very, very easily. Pop it in the microwave at your work and you're ready to go. They are awesome. And you can see I have one with me because me and my wife actually eat these for lunch throughout the entire week because they're really good and they keep us strictly in adherence to our caloric goals as well to help tame down the dad bod. So I can't recommend them enough. So if you're interested, check them out at the link in the description box below and you will get 50% off of your first order with free shipping. Check it out today. I obviously can't recommend enough because I actually like eat it and use it almost every day of my life. So I'm a believer. Check them out today. Links below. Okay, bada bing, bada boom. Let's get back into it. Let's talk about things I like. Before we get into all the stuff I don't, let's talk about some positives. Be uplifting, very mindful, and then let's get very demure and just go for it, tearing it apart. Okay? Okay. First things first, I really do think they deserve some credit for the production value here. They really went all out when it came to the cinematics, when it came to the set pieces, big boss fights, and things like that. They did a really good job, and frankly, at the end of the game, there are some of my favorite sequences I've ever seen in a BioWare game, and I won't spoil them in this part of the video because we are not in the spoiler section, but I will just say they involve some seamless integrations between big set pieces, big enemies, and levels that you're exploring and fighting your way through as you approach the finale. It's really, really well done. Graphically, I also think the game is quite impressive. It has a very unique art style that not everybody finds particularly engaging, but I do think it gets the job done. And while it's not photorealistic or anything, I do think so far as it's implemented, they did a good job. And speaking of implementation, they also did a tremendous job with optimization. This game runs buttery smooth, and it is extremely well optimized both on console and PC as far as I'm aware. My wife played it on the PlayStation 5, I mainly played it on PC, and I've been thoroughly impressed with all of it all the way through. It's a really good looking game consistently, regardless of which levels you're in, and I've had no problems whatsoever as I've played through it. On my gaming laptop or my big desktop, it's worked great. And again, I think they deserve some credit for that because in 2024, it's amazing to say, but that is not a given anymore. A lot of PC ports launch very, very broken, and they did a really good job here. So I think they get a big old thumbs up for that. Another shocking thing that I also have to give them a thumbs up for is the lack of de novo inclusion. That is a DRM that usually is in these types of big games, big budget games from companies like EA or Ubisoft. And it is an anti-piracy software that has an effect on performance typically. And it also brings up other things like privacy concerns or concerns if you have an unstable internet connection, stuff like that. And they cut it out of this game and launched it without any of that stuff, because they wanted to be as pro-consumer as they could with it, which I think, again, they deserve some credit for. But amazingly enough, I am already at the end of my list of things that I really like, because the deeper into the game you get, the less the okay stuff feels okay, and it starts to slip into the bad category. And it's almost like this is one of those games that you will like a lot more if you just play 10 hours of it. I really do believe that. I think this is one of those games where the more you play it, the less enthused you will become. It's almost like Assassin's Creed Valhalla in that sense, where you know, you play it for 20 hours, you might give it a thumbs up. You play it for the full like 80, 90 hours that campaign takes you, and you're gonna be like, nope, never again. I'm so sick of it. You know, it's like Jägermeister. You know, you drink it in college and it really makes you feel good for the first few sips, and then you get like a little deeper and a little deeper, and soon you're seeing the devil everywhere you look, and your eyes are going, you know, if you've ever been there, you know what I'm talking about. And then years later, you'll just catch a whiff of Jägermeister and it makes you dry heave. That's kind of what this does to you. The more you play it, the more it's like late stage Jägermeister withdrawal, and it just is a real turn off. I swear to God, I don't have a problem. I'm trying to make analogies and similes to discuss this, keep it dynamic, but I realize it might just sound like I'm an alcoholic now. Oops. But to discuss the problems more specifically, I think a lot of these can be tied up into the game's lack of a clear identity. If you weren't aware, this game started as a single-player game back in like the 2018 era, roughly, and then it transitioned into a multiplayer game shortly after that. And then in the midst of COVID, a new director came in and they changed it around and it became a single player game once again. But a lot of the foundations had been laid for the game to be a multiplayer title in the Frostbite engine. And so they kind of had to build upon that foundation to get this final product. And I think you can really, really tell in the level design and the way that they handle combat and everything else. The whole game is structured like a multiplayer game, but it's not. Levels are extremely tight and narrow. They weave together in a somewhat interesting way at times, but there's usually a load screen between each of those. To demonstrate more clearly what I'm talking about, I'm going to use the greatest tool ever given to mankind. You know what I'm talking about, of course. MS Paint. A typical game like this, you know, they would have maybe one steady quest line with big maps that you can work your way through as you explore to the finale. Think of like God of War 2018 or God of War Ragnarok, where it's pretty seamless, even though there's hidden loading screens as you go through, but it's sort of a seamless thing. And that helps it feel really immersive. It helps you just sit down and play through it without disruptive things constantly. It works really well. That's not what this is. How this game is set up is instead they have individual levels that are broken up. One might be for Tevinter, one might be, you know, the lighthouse, another one might be for Weishaupt or something like that. But you have all of this broken up, and then the player is going to start at a centralized hub. In this case, it is the lighthouse, which we'll just say is this blue thing, and you're going to load into each one of these and then load back and then load into the next one for the next quest, and then come back and then load into this one for the next quest, and then come back, and then you'll go all the way to this one, load, and then come back, and then you got to go back to this guy again, so you load over there, and then, oh, I've got to go back and then go back over here. And so you just end up loading into a bunch of individualized levels, many of which you will come to know like the back of your hand because they're very, very small and they're reused constantly. For side quests, for companion quest lines, and for main story quest lines, you'll return to the same locations multiple times over. And I think this was because the game, when it was originally being designed and scoped as a multiplayer game, this probably made sense. For each one of these, you would load into with a friend, with 1, 2, 3 friends in your party, each playing their own character with their different loadouts and abilities and stuff. And you could work through each of these levels and then go back to the centralized hub where you'd upgrade your stuff and then head back out, loading into either the same level, doing more quest lines there, or into a separate one. And I think that is why the game feels the way that it does. It really does feel as though it's structured like a multiplayer game, but it's not. And so it just feels like a weird single player game. It doesn't really work. And I, for one, can't tell you how many times I was frustrated to see that what sounded like an epic quest just took me back to another area I had already been, and in some cases took me through boss encounters or fights I had already seen multiple times over. They tried to inspire exploration through these levels by hiding interesting little pieces of loot or crafting materials in those levels, and then requiring that you have a specific companion in your party in order to burn down a certain barrier or to pull out a rock so you can jump up somewhere. But instead of doing it like the old school Lego Star Wars games where like, ooh, you need someone who can use the dark side of the Force, you need a character like that, so you better start the level with that character in your group, and then you can swap to them and perform that ability to get to this loot that's locked behind that wall. Instead of doing it like that, they just gave up on that and let Rook do everything. So after you recruit, say, Hardin, she has the ability to pull these rocks out from walls so that you can jump to places you couldn't get to before. But they realized very quickly that players will not always have Harding with them. They might not like Harding, or maybe they just are trying to level up a different companion. And so what are they going to do? Are they going to design all main story quest lines in a way where you never see any companion ability? Well, that's not that much fun. And same thing with exploring levels casually. That's not that much fun to have to run back to a pedestal and swap out party members to go back and open a single door. So they just changed it so Rook can open everything by twirling the little dagger and opening the door. And it makes it, once again, feel like companions are not actual companions. They just check off a box to unlock an ability, and Rook can do everything. Not to mention, all of the gear, loot, cosmetics, everything that you find are pretty lackluster and uninteresting. Most of the good stuff is going to be found during the main quest, or be hidden within those main quest levels. Especially once you get to the point where you can fully upgrade these items, enchant them with certain power-up abilities, and pair them with different abilities unlocked through the skill trees, which are also not particularly expansive. You'll find yourself not feeling the need to explore levels in a careful or intentional way. You just kind of look around whenever you complete a quest and then move on. And I understand they wanted to do something different than Dragon Age Inquisition, which was perhaps too open-ended, but I feel like this is such a strong pendulum swing the opposite way. They just shouldn't have even bothered pretending as though they had levels to explore, because it's done quite poorly in my opinion. Speaking of things done poorly, the writing is among the worst I've seen in an RPG as of late. The tone is really the core problem here. It swings between very gritty and serious, with entire cities being wiped out and annihilated by the Blight or by dragons or whatever else, to sitting around having a tea party 20 minutes later talking about our feelings. It's really frankly bizarre, and they try to hand wave it away a few times where they're like, ooh, we don't know when the gods are going to come back next, so let's just take some time to get to know each other or whatever. But it still feels tonally off. Like, if an entire city burns to the ground close to me, and I was involved in that happening, whether I was responsible or could have done something more to stop it or whatever, it feels weird, even a week or two later, to be going off and just like casually hanging out with my friends. That just feels like you're an a-hole. Yeah, it just feels weird. And that's this whole game. All the companion quest lines, the more seriously you take the story, the weirder you feel as you're doing these companion quest lines. It doesn't work. I don't think at least players like me are able to just disconnect and separate ourselves from what just happened. And so you just end up feeling like, should we really be doing this? The whole time you're doing all of the companion quest lines, because none of them feel particularly relevant to the main campaign. Most of them are pretty well isolated, whether you're going off with Harding to go on sort of a journey of self-discovery of her abilities, or if you're pursuing something with Nev, taking down groups in her city and kind of defending the city, assuming that you didn't let it get destroyed, or with Tash, going off with Tash to Tash's mother's place and listening to them bicker back and forth over who should make dinner. You think I'm exaggerating? No, that's actually in the game. Look.
You're late. And you brought a guest.
It's the kid.
Tosh invited me. I will set another plate. She did not tell me you were coming.
I don't smell the ISCOP. We always have ISCOP on Tuesdays.
I am not yet finished with my studies. I thought you would help me tonight.
And by help, you mean do it all. You haven't even chopped the melons.
You swing axes all day. Do you lack the strength to chop a few melons?
Yeah, like, he just comes off as like super duper spoiled brat energy, and I think you're supposed to be like, yeah, Tash, show your mom who's being stupid. It's so like entitled millennial writing, it just personified and cringy. I don't think I have the strength. So I did not complete all of Tash's quest line, because it just was getting to the point for me where I was like, I would not, like, you're so obnoxious. I just can't. It's like Saints Row reboot all over again. It's just like, chill out. Like, I don't know if the people that are writing these characters think that younger people talk this way to their parents or to their friends or family or whatever. I don't know if this is supposed to be like, slay. I really don't know. Or if it's written where Tash is supposed to come off super obnoxious. I honestly don't know. All I know is that I find Tash like really obnoxious and unlikable, so I didn't want to do any more of the quest lines related to Tash, so I just completely checked out. But the problem is, when your game is basically half companion quest lines, if those companions aren't compelling, you have a real problem on your hands. And unfortunately, most of the quest lines related to the companions fall really flat. They come off really, really bland. The romances that are tied to them, which has previously been a staple of BioWare games, also fall incredibly flat. I won't spoil them, though there's not much to spoil. I saw one post on X, which was basically somebody just saying, I feel lied to that there was a nudity toggle in the settings, and I think that that's fair. Like, these are not hot and steamy. Like, this is swampy and muggy as far as cutscenes and like romance scenes are concerned. It's just a straight fade to black for like all of them, and they're extremely underwhelming. And like, I'm not looking for Cyberpunk levels or even like Baldur's Gate 3 levels, but maybe like Witcher 3 level romance scenes or something. That would be fine. It's a fantasy RPG. Have some fun with it. Take out a unicorn and go crazy. But instead, it's like this was blocked by some Puritan, like, Christian middle school theater director, and it's really bizarre. But I think it reflects a sentiment that's really frustrating to me and to a lot of other people, which is that it feels as though this game has been put together by a group of like kindergarten teachers or something. Like, it feels as though the people that made this game felt that the audience was like so young and naive that they needed to be like protected from harsh language or from people being mean to each other. So all of the dialogue between companions or between Rook and even like the bad guys in the game comes off as, well, as long as what you think you're doing is right, good on ya. Rook, my entire family's dead. All my friends have been murdered and massacred in the streets. Well, we have each other now. That's good enough for me. No, you don't understand. Everyone I've ever known is dead and is dying and everything is terrible. That's really too bad. But as long as we focus on our friendships, we'll grow stronger and we can defeat Gillenane together. Who cares? Shut up. This is a serious moment. It's like always smirking and, well, let's look on the bright side. It's like, no, sometimes it's okay to not look on the bright side and instead be like, you know what? Nope, things are terrible. You know, JB had a really good post about this that I thought was so accurate. He said, as someone who does really like the new Dragon Age, the dialogue bugs me too, but not for sort of cultural reasons like life or DEI. It feels like it was written by folks who have gone to therapy, and that sort of self-care language has seeped into the dialogue. It's not constant, as some folks will suggest, but it's present when talking to companions, and that is not an insignificant amount of dialogue. Therapy language isn't necessarily a bad thing. I go to therapy, but at times it does not work for me here. Like, this is perfect. He says, as an example, let's take these problems one day at a time. That's all you can do. Look at the bright side of the situation. That's a win in my book. Let's focus on the real issue. We can't be fighting each other. You are enough. You don't need to prove anything. And they do this constantly. Like, there will be a dragon massacring a city, and they're like, well, as long as we have each other. Instead of being like, there's a goddamn dragon! Everyone get it! You'd think that they'd be doing that, but no. No, they just, like, sit around crisscross applesauce singing Kumbaya to each other while drinking kimchi. It drives me crazy, dude. Can you drink kimchi? I don't actually know. Is that a food? I don't know. But now we have a guest to share her thoughts. The queen of the house has arrived. My wife and babe. Nikki. I'm gonna swap. Jake, transition. Setting waypoint. Here she is, the queen. The queen has arrived. Now, as I said previously, Nikki is like a diehard Dragon Age fan, old school. So, like, who really cares about my opinion with this? But Nikki, if anybody was rooting for this game to be tremendous, it was her. And I will just let her explain her SparkNotes thoughts, and then I'll poke and prod with some specific details after. What do you think of Dragon Age Veilguard?
First off, I woke up from a nap to be here, so yeah. Like, it's like a 5.5, 6 out of 10. It's just the Veilguard, honestly. It's not Dragon Age. That's my...
When you say it's not Dragon Age, what do you mean? What is Dragon Age, and then what is...
Well, Dragon Age is an RPG. This is a very linear game where sometimes you can lose people. I guess no spoilers, but that's the most choice you get. And there's not even really a choice. It's either you fulfill their missions and their character arc, or you don't, and they don't. I mean, so there's not... It's not an RPG. There are no choices. There are no stakes. There are no consequences. I won't say in past Dragon Age games you really could have been evil, but you could make choices that maybe a lot of your party didn't like, or the people didn't like, and it wasn't necessarily evil choice making, but you could be stern. The choices meant something.
Yeah, I think, like, there's this sentiment where, like, tonally, that's at least what I've said, like, tonally the game feels very lighthearted. in the dialogue at least. Like they'll have moments where somebody dies on screen or where like an entire city is destroyed, and that feels like it should be a big deal. But because the tone isn't consistent, like right after that, there will be a discussion where everybody goes off and has tea and starts talking about their pee-pees, and it just feels really dissonant. You know, it doesn't work super clean. Do you think that? Well, let's try to be fair. What are things that you did like about it?
Initially, I think I really liked the first 6 hours. The first 6 hours felt like a tutorial, but it felt like it was really setting the game up to be something really cool, and it was really exciting. It was innovative. I got to see Solus, which was really cool, especially from playing Inquisition in previous games. You get Varric, you get Isabella really early in the game. You get to see Dorian, so you get all these like little callbacks to the past. You're like, what are they gonna do? This is fantastic. It's a little scary considering they only give you 4 questions in the beginning about previous games, when in the past you had the Dragon Age Keep, which stored all of your past information. This you get 4 questions, so you know a lot of your previous choices aren't going to have a lot to do with the story arc of the game, which in the past they did. Things would have changed in your current game state. But things I like, a lot of people call art style deteriorated.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what I would call it, but I understand if people don't like it, but I think as far as executing, it's done well.
They like Disney-fied it. It's like the big eyes, and it's not an eyesore for me. I don't hate it. I enjoyed it. I think as far as this is silly, but as far as hair goes in the game, playing a character with long hair has never really been feasible. I did that, and it was really cool.
I take no seconds, footage of Dragon Age Inquisition. Jacob, put some up right here. The hair in that game is ungodly. That game has aged quite poorly, but they did a great job technically. Veilguard, I think in a lot of ways, it's just, you know, people say all the time with games, they're like, well, it's a new entry in the franchise, but it's not really the franchise. Like, Dragon Age Veilguard is not a Dragon Age game. Assassin's Creed Valhalla is not an Assassin's Creed game, whatever. But I think here it really is true, because at the core, Dragon Age is an RPG. And there's not really a role to play here.
Well, it's what they did is they completely swapped problems. In the past, this game was so loved, and all of its sequels have been so loved because they kept that initial thing where they said your choices matter. Your choices matter, your tone matters, and your relationship with your party matters. The one thing that was really, really rough in all those previous games was the combat. The combat's probably one of the worst models of combat that existed for a while there. I mean, it was uninteresting. It was very clunky. And there wasn't much you could do as far as a build. You could try, but it wasn't there. But they had the story building, they had the character arcs, and you could be the best Grey Warden, Monkey in a Kirkwall, or Inquisitor that you could be. And in this, there were no choices. It was all handed to you. You felt like you got a choice depending on what you selected, but everything counted. No matter what you did, you were this sarcastic rook. There is no choice.
People gave it a lot of crap, and I think rightly so, because it has a lot of the same elements that like Fallout 4 had, where there's dialogue, but in Fallout 4 it's like, you say yes positively, yes sarcastically, or you say no, give up and say yes. So they push you in the same direction every single time, but kind of try to trick you into thinking you're having a different conversation, or you're making choices that are going in different directions, but in reality, you're just saying the same thing a slightly different way. And that at least happens to me a lot in Veilguard, where you're talking to characters. It's over for you. And you want to, like, there was one point where, I think I was talking to Pat, and something was said among the party, and they just needed, like, I needed to step in and be like, everybody shut up, we need to focus. We're not talking about that now. Like, I wanted to just go full hard ass on it, but there was no choice. It was just like, you all are valuable for who you are. Let's stand together. You know, it was nothing that I actually wanted to say. And when I notice, like in RPGs, if there are multiple times where I feel the need to say something or some action, and the writers did not take that into account, something's gone wrong. Like, if they didn't consider what I, a pretty normal player, want out of a situation, then something has gone seriously wrong, because they didn't account for that. They wanted you to go down this very specific
path. Well, it's very specific. In all the past games, you don't have to use the party you laid out for you.
That's
you can say no to almost anything, except for Solus and Varric and Inquisition. Otherwise, other than Alistair and Morrigan and Origins, you have to.
Yes.
You are set. You have to be friends with all of them. They've been set out. You really can't continue the game until you've added all of them to your party.
I realize maybe it makes me sound like a real cynical prick, but like, I want to be able to tell companions I don't like them. Like, I don't want them to travel with me.
Well, that's...
You know? It's like, we've used the example before, but like Baldur's Gate. I personally just don't really like witches. I just, it's just not interesting to me. So
you like being slapped around. He's too nice.
Yeah, well,
He's too nice.
I love my Karlach and sassy Shadowheart. That's great. But I'll bring them, but I'll leave him behind, and I'll go through the game with those companions, and they don't try to force you into being buddy or best friends with anybody. It's just if you want to pursue that. Whereas here, it's like you are going to sit down, you will have tea, you're going to talk about your feelings together, and it feels really, really bizarre.
And it's incredibly PG. I think when you break down Dragon Age to its core, it was never intended for young audiences. It was a mature game. From the beginning, it's been a mature game where you make choices, those choices have consequences, and they're big choices. The romances are mature. Everything is mature. It's not meant for a younger generation, it's for adults. And in this game, it really seems like they tried to appeal to a younger generation and make it playable by a younger generation, but by doing that, they removed everything that brought high stakes to the previous games. As far as the production values and those sorts of things, I think they really raised the bar. But when it comes to script, dialogue, the characters they created, I mean, going along with the mature content, in the past they specifically made it so depending on your starting character, if you played an elf, a human, a dwarf, in any of those past games, or an Inquisition if you chose a Kunari, it changed how the people in the world treated you. Whereas in this game, they might just refer to you differently. You can be like, yeah, our gods. And that's really what changes. Is if you're dwarf or elf, you're talking about your specific gods. But in the past, I mean, in Origins, people were they treated human nobles and the elven servants completely differently. And your origins were completely different.
I mean, I think part of what makes Dragon Age's lack of contrast between characters feel particularly like placid is another game that came out this year, which is Metaphor Refantasio, has a world in which there's a lot of like disparity between classes, between races. Like if you are an Elda, you are treated like garbage by everybody, and they all talk down on you. They're like, who let you in it? It's not kind at all, but that's what makes the world feel more real and legitimate and realized. And I think for Dragon Age, lacking any of that when they previously had it also makes it feel really just PG, very Disney.
Well, they shot themselves in the foot with it, because in that, when you selected your class, you selected your race in the very, very beginning, what you did is you set yourself up for a very specific type of game and a very specific type of world. They treated you, who you could romance, and by doing that, they made replayability and the likeliness of replayability incredibly high. I have no desire to replay Veilguard because I know no matter what I do, I'm gonna get the same outcome, other than maybe 2 other endings that I don't want.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. I was really excited for it specifically because I did the romance with Solus and Inquisition that was a major letdown, and I said they're gonna make up for it. They're gonna make up for it. And they tried to with like 5 seconds, but I wouldn't replay the game for it at all. It makes me want to replay Inquisition, honestly.
Well, then you see other stuff like the really lackluster romances, or...
I thought I missed it. I played every single class. I 100%ed this game, and I thought I missed it.
Yeah. And whenever you play a game and you put dozens and dozens and dozens of hours into it, and then you get to the end, you're like, wait, what? Something went terribly wrong, okay? Like, some expectation was totally missed. And I don't know, I think, the question was raised months ago where some people saw Dragon Age, and they asked the question in the context of, like, the art style and stuff, but I think it does follow here, which is just, who was this made for? Because it doesn't really feel like it was made for Dragon Age old school fans who really love the broader consequence and role playing that franchise has been historically known for. But it's also not a particularly good action game. It's not a particularly good friendship simulator. Like, it just doesn't seem to do anything particularly well other than its presentation. And so you're just left wondering what can I root for? Because you're right, the first 6-7 hours are pretty cool, pretty epic, and I think he presents it in a way where it's like, ooh, I like where this is going. But then it just changes. It feels like a totally different game.
Well, you'll find a place, I'd say a third of the way through, where you have this massive fight and you're like, the end of the world is coming. We need to sit back and talk about our feelings. And we just can't face the end of the world until we face our feelings. What? What?
Well, they try to explain it away where they're like, well, we fight better when we're friends and when we know each other. So let's get to know each other, and then the friendship will power us through. And it's really a stretch. And as I've said repeatedly in this video, it feels totally out of place, where people are dying and suffering, and then you're sitting around like going to dinner or drinking and sipping coffee together. It's just really weird. And I think they expect you to be able to turn your brain off to it, and not, like, it's again the same thing Fallout 4 had, where your child's kidnapped, your wife or husband has been killed in front of you. So you want to go, if you're taking the story seriously, go and save them, find the person who kidnapped your child or whatever, and find your child. You're expected to just kind of ignore it, turn your brain off, and just go play Legos and build a little fort for a few hours.
Can I be honest with you?
Mm-hmm.
I opened that game for the first time after having our first baby, and I played through that very first part where the kid is taken and you watch your spouse get shot, and I shut it down right there. They took the baby and I was like, I'm done.
Nope.
I turned it off. I was like, nope, not my game.
Well, again, it's like with games like this that are written this way, where they stumble out of it. If an RPG ever requires you to ignore the main story or ignore parts of it to take other parts seriously, something's gone wrong. Like, something didn't work, because you should be able to engage with character-based side quests that maybe tie into the main story or that help progress the main story or whatever. But instead, like with Veilguard, you're just kind of expected to turn your brain off to what's going on, and same thing with Fallout 4 and these other games that have kind of character-based on or way where it
was like down, it's taken, and you watch your spouse. And I played through that very first part where the kid gets taken and you watch your spouse get shot, and I shut it down right there. They took the baby and I was like, I'm done.
Nope.
I turned it off. I was like, nope, not my game.
Well, and again, it's like with games like this that are written this way, where they stumble out of the gate. If an RPG ever requires you to ignore the main story or ignore parts of it to take other parts seriously, something's gone wrong. Like, something didn't work, because you should be able to engage with character-based side quests that maybe tie into the main story or that help progress the main story or whatever. But instead, like with Veilguard, you're just kind of expected to turn your brain off to what's going on, and same thing with Fallout 4 and these other games have had similar problems. And it really just, at the end of the day, goes back to a problem with the writing.
It's the storyboard. Inquisition did it really, really well. You don't know who your main enemy is until at least, I mean, if you play it through, like 8 hours into the game. You have no idea. You know, I spent 8 hours of Inquisition in the tutorial and had no idea. I thought that was the game. I'm like, wow, this is a really kind of lame, sortish game. And then I realized I hadn't even gotten to Skyhold yet. I didn't even have like our singing moment in the tents and we're lost in the snow. I didn't have that. I played for 8 hours, and then it was like Inquisition on the screen. I'm like, that was the tutorial.
Yeah, Horizon did the same thing where they like had to continue the first game, so the first chunk of the second game is just in the same location as the first game. So it just feels like there's multiple times where you're like, am I playing the right game? Did I boot up the right game right now?
But it worked because it taught you how to talk to people, how to figure, like, it gave you the basis of what the game is and how to check in and to do the quests without ruining the rest of the game. There was no, oh, but we're supposed to be fighting this major demon right now, the world's ending. You literally don't know what's happening. It's very cut, clear, and dry. You've woken up with this mark on your hand. You don't know what it does. And then after so much time, if you follow the main quest line, then it's revealed to you. It's not like, yep, the end of the world is coming. You just unleashed God. The world is going to end.
This is the most serious thing that's ever happened in the history of ever.
But I can't fight because I have unresolved
So let's go talk about our feelings. Like, it's just, again, if you are expected to ignore the seriousness of the situation in pursuit of tea parties and teachings, and it just doesn't land. I know there's probably some people where they played it and they're like, finally, a game that thinks like I do. I want to ignore the real world or ignore my problems and just do escapism, whatever. But this is like escapist entertainment within an escapist entertainment. Like, they expect you to escape this reality by playing the game, and then to escape that reality by going to tea parties. And it just doesn't work for my brain. And it brings me back to the question, which is just, who was this made for? It sounds like most Dragon Age fans
It wasn't made for Dragon Age
are
fans.
bummed, yeah.
It's the way they tried to appeal to Dragon Age fans is just like call back and bring back characters from previous games. But they didn't even do it very well. I mean, the stuff with Dorian is so short. They gave him some cool facial hair. It's whatever. I mean, he pops in to say hello, so you're like, oh, you tried. And then Isabella was unexpected, which was cool, but even then, with the Lords of Fortune, it's meh.
Well, but we'll now enter spoiler territory.
I've not seen it.
Spoiler.
I'm all spoilers.
But let's just focus in as we wrap this up. Let's talk about the ending, consequence, because that's kind of the name of the game with these titles. Do you think the endings were good or worth it? Was it worth experimenting with other stuff to get there?
No. Honestly, you saw me right after I ended it. I was fuming.
Yep.
I've been mad for days. I ended it 2 days ago. I got the best possible ending, is what I'm assuming. I mean, I kept my Inquisitor Romance of Solace from the previous game, and had so much hope.
It was you or me.
So let down.
And I would say, like, there's not... So, as you go through the game, it's based primarily on whether you completely leveled up each of the companions. When you do that, they get a special little badge, and they become, what do they call it? Like, guards of the veil or whatever? Almost like jail guards. But they get that certification, and then that means that they'll basically survive in whatever you assign them to do in the end. So, the end of the game is not determined by individual choices that you're making throughout the main body of the game. It's determined on whether or not you round out all the side missions for each individual companion.
Emmerich was right. They will not survive until the end if they don't solve their own things first.
Yeah, if they don't get to know each other.
He says it outright.
Yeah.
He goes, if we don't solve our unresolved things, then there's no way we're going to make it to the end.
Like, in an RPG, I love the idea that a few very careful choices can bypass a lot of grind or a lot of craziness. Like, I like that you can persuade somebody in D&D and skip a big boss battle that you might have found where you need some really high-level gear or abilities or whatever. Like, I love that you have multiple tactics and options. But here, you just have to grind through these quest lines, and then you're good. You're gonna survive, and you get the happily ever after ending.
Did you do the whole crossroads stuff? The whole crossroads quest line?
Yeah, so if you're... we can spoil.
Yeah, spoils.
Yeah.
I mean, so the crossroads quest lines are not even necessary. You don't even have to go unless you want this very specific good ending. Because the Inquisitor, even though in love with Solus, is not enough to convince him to not just go pro. You have to do it right. Otherwise, you have to do it all my body count. It's never explained to you. There's no real reason to go there unless you want to fight really big
cranium function. Can't live it down.
And then go and solve a little cover in the little world. And that's the only way. It's weird and resolved.
Yeah, I think the Crossroads was at one time like the meeting hub for the multiplayer mode. I think, I think it plays that way. But like, also, there's no really bad ending. Like, you would think that there would be an ending where you screwed up, now he wins, world ends, whatever.
I mean, Dragon Age has never really done that, though, because the idea is that you're carrying on your next game. So I understand why they don't do that.
Yeah.
It's not always.
But even then, like, it feels so out of place because like I tested an ending where like I got to the point where they prompt you, point of no return, here we go, and they tell you that so you can go and level up all the companions so you can get a good ending if you desire that. But I tested multiple different endings, and the first one I tested was the one where nobody is leveled up, where nobody is maxed out, nobody is a guardian of the veil, because I wanted to see like what is the worst possible ending, and everybody dies, everybody ends up screwed over.
Oh, so that little hall where they're like the corpses. You want to go see who's left? Yours was full.
Yeah, like everybody's dead except I brought like Luke. I think it was Lucanus and Cash for their like dragon whatever fire abilities that paired with my build well. I brought them to the final boss fight, and then at the very end of the final boss fight, Solus just kind of turns into stone with little spells, and then you grab him, and then you both get sucked to the veil, and then like merge it together, and everything's fine. And then it's like, you all were heroes. Nobody survived. But they'll tell stories of your bravery. It's like, I don't think they should. I tried to do everything wrong possible, and I'm still like the wonderful hero that everybody loves. Like, that's, to me, when I think of an RPG, I want to be able to have really good endings. I want to be able to do things that are not good. But in this game, the entire thing is that you are not playing your character, you are playing Rook, and Rook is like a smirky, smarmy, sarcastic therapist.
Doesn't matter what you say, doesn't matter what you do, that's who they are. Well, and my other piece, that if it were truly a Dragon Age game, when it comes to the ending, and when it comes to Harding versus Solus, if this were truly a Dragon Age game, there would have been a moment where you either have to say, no, we're going to spare Solus and try to save him, and you have to fight Harding, or Harding leaves you, or you side with Harding and you say, no, we got to finish Solus to avenge your dead gods that he tortured. But they didn't do that. Harding's just like, yeah, I guess it's okay.
Whatever you say.
I have all this pent-up anger, and I have the memories of these gods that he tortured and stole their life essence out of. But it's fine. I'll get over it, whatever you say.
Yeah.
If it were a true Dragon Age game, that wouldn't be the case. You would have to do that. And that's the whole point of it.
Well, in the meme we've been talking about with our friends, because we have some friends that are playing through the game now as well, and the whole joke is like, they have those little pop-ups where it's Harding approves of that, or likes that, or whatever it is, and, Nev greatly disapproves. But it doesn't like do anything. All it does is it changes that meter, where you're gonna have to grind a little bit more, whatever it is, rank.
Look out, a whole bunch of trash.
You have to grind more of that rank by doing more side quests and combat with them to make up for it. So you could do something like horribly offensive to them, like destroying their city, and as long as you take them on a couple more side quests, they'll get over it, because it's just that little meter in the character screen that tells you what your bond is. That's it, bond. And it's so stupid. Like, it's really frustrating. Like, if I chose to let Treviso get destroyed, if I chose to let that go and save Nev's place, like that, I think should probably cut off Lucanus. Like, he's pissed off about it, he's upset.
He should leave you.
Yeah.
It shouldn't just be that they're hardened. It means that you completely betrayed them.
Because all that hardened means is that now the multiplier by which you scale them up and level them up when bringing them on side quests is
like
just lessened.
It was made for me.
And they can't heal you. And it eventually like goes away, and it's like, oh well, I got over it. It's so stupid.
It never went away for me.
Maybe it stayed. I didn't do a lot of testing with Lucanus. I stuck with Nev, so I didn't use Lucanus. It's not a lot of people. Yeah, it's
perfect time to bring Zevran back. Like, come on, whatever. No, I'm not. I'm done.
Still
done. I'm so mad.
Yeah.
So mad.
It's just, I think, as you said, it's not the Dragon Age game. It wasn't really made for Dragon Age fans. It wasn't made for more typical like action adventure.
Somebody played God of War, and they're like, that's
yeah, but
and then did it wrong.
Yeah, did it poorly.
They're like, let me kick something out of
Yeah, I
right
take
on a
no
boat
pleasure in
in a place
slaughter.
that isn't important to the entire quest.
Maybe I do.
Yeah,
That's the way.
Yeah, if anything, it shows why God of War is so impressive, because they copied a lot of the same formula for this, but I think the way that they structure it and set it up really demonstrates a misunderstanding of why it worked in God of War, which is how we ended up with this. But I mean, overall, I think we're both quite disappointed with it and frustrated with how it turned out. I feel, as I said at the very opening of this video, I feel somewhat misled, because I feel like the marketing, the previews, everything framed this as like an epic fantasy RPG. And while there's epic moments, and it's certainly fantasy, it doesn't feel like an RPG
Ooh,
at all.
Weiss hopped? So cool.
Yeah.
So cool. Does anything really matter?
Nope.
No.
All the big stuff happens off screen. Where like, yes, my city's destroyed by the Blight.
Fade to black.
Fade to black. Or you leave the governor behind and he dies. Or you save him.
Doesn't matter.
Never seen
Any other previous game, he would have come back. Something would have happened as a result of that. No, nothing happens. Romances? Yeah, let's do something. Fade to black.
Yeah. Like, again, maybe I'm just thirsty, but like, I expected some steam, but no.
Well, it's Baldur's Gate did it right. Baldur's Gate Tab doesn't even talk, and they still did it better, which is, I don't know.
Yeah, do you think, to wrap this up, do you think at the end of the day, Baldur's Gate has just spoiled us, or if this came out 2 years ago, what would your opinion be?
Baldur's Gate stopped being I don't know. I think Baldur's Gate is a brilliant game. I've played it many, many times, hours into it, and I most likely will continue to do so. I wish that Dragon Age could have been on the same scale.
Maybe, you know, if this did well enough to get Mass Effect 4, whatever they're calling it, greenlit, maybe then we will see BioWare continue to, like, come back. Honestly, given Andromeda and then Anthem, I do think this is a huge step up. I just don't think it's still great. Yeah, I think they probably shuffled when they should have stepped or left.
They needed to keep the things that worked and revamp the things that didn't. And it's like they just scrapped it all and improved the things that weren't working in the past, but forgot the things that worked. And that made the game so popular. And so, like, I mean, it's what got me into video games in general. Because I wasn't really good at click shooters or anything like that. It was the role playing that made it interesting.
And you know how she wasn't, you can know that she wasn't good at that? Because she just called them click shooters. I love me a good old click shooter.
A little point and clicky, not my thing. The
famous call that now, from now on, click shooters. Call of Duty, the world famous click shooter.
No.
But here we are at the end of all of that. I just think it is a game that was not really made for anybody in particular. It's frustrating, and I only have one other bit that I wanted to talk about, which is the goddamn zits. What is it about modern games being obsessed with zits? Like in Suicide Squad for the Justice League, it was all about these glowing purple zits that you would pop to deal massive damage to certain outposts or cameras or whatever. And then in this game, it's just gigantic glowing red zits that you pop, and then the veins that connect them light up another zit that you have to pop. And all throughout the game, these things are used to like soft gate you between individual areas and slow you down as you explore stuff. And it's explained away as like, oh, it's the blight spreading. But it's just as stupid. Come on, that's so old after the first 10 minutes, and you have to keep doing it for the next 30, 40, 50 hours. Again, it feels very Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League-esque in its presentation, and that's why it's all the funnier that it was at one time a multiplayer game, because in another universe where this was not turned into a single-player game, this game would launch as in like a Dragon Age 4-player multiplayer game with like looter shooter mechanics, but it's like looter magic spell user mechanics where you're popping these red zits and Suicide Squad with a looter shooter popping purple zits. Like in an alternative timeline, this game probably would have ended up feeling much closer to that, which is kind of funny, but here we are. I mean, just to wrap up all of this, it's a disappointing game. I don't know if I would go so far as to say it's downright bad. I think if you go into it expecting like a friendship simulator, it probably is that 9 out of 10 game for you. It probably is, like a lot of game journalists said it was. But if you're going into this expecting like a dark and gritty RPG, or if you're going into this expecting an RPG period, I think you're going to be really, really disappointed. And hearing my wife, who's a diehard Dragon Age fan, also express frustration over the design choices kind of solidifies this in my mind, that it was not really designed for people like her, and I know it was not really designed for people like me. And so, while I'm sure some people out there will love it, I don't know who they are. And I hope they're having a good time with it, but I also, apparently, I don't know if there's enough of them to make this financially viable at the end of the day. But maybe it is. Time will tell. I guess we'll have to keep an eye on EA and what they say about its performance. There's been some debate over whether it's profitable or not. I don't think it's profitable at this point. It's going to take a long time. But whether it was successful enough to justify Bioware remaining open, that does remain to be seen. Because while the numbers weren't Suicide Squad levels of bad, it definitely was not where they would hope it would be, with like a smash success. It kind of came in with a little bloop instead of a big splash, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. But I'm going to leave it there. I shouldn't have been talking this long because I have a really bad ear infection. So thanks for watching. I love you all dearly. Thank you again to my lovely, wonderful wife, Flame, my muse, for helping me on this video. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.
Max ammo.
Ordnance upgraded. The mission continues. Into the fire you go. time now. They'll raise the white flag.
Exfil is available, Alpha Team.
Một
Send a helo to my position. We'll withdraw and reassess.
Chopper inbound for extraction. Get to the LZ.
Too many bogeys on the ground. Make some room. On final approach, extra location.
And that's the last we'll see of you.
Got a full...
sim. Oh. Bagus. Tapi paano mo gusto ko lang pa? Ano ba? Bagus.
see a lot of people online that want you to shave your head again.
Mm-hmm.
And they thought you were just menacing
Mm-hmm.
when you were shaved head, clean shaven. And there is something about that that's just off-putting, I guess, for a better word.
I knew what I was doing.
Oh, yeah.
I've considered buzzing my head, shaving my head, doing all that stuff. But we would need a story, in my opinion, that supports it. It's a throwaway to do it for no reason. What I was doing in the show at that time was just running through people. I mean, I was showing up and just decimating everybody. If I had had long hair at that time and I had a shaved head now, they'd be like, he needs to grow his hair long and do that again. Like if I were to just show up and shave my head and I've been doing what I've been doing, I think it would become more evident.
I see a lot of people online that want you to shave your head again. And they thought you were just menacing when you were shaved head, clean shaven. And there is something about that that's just off-putting, I guess, for a better word.
I knew what I was doing.
Oh, yeah.
I've considered...
I said I wasn't gonna do it. I swore I wasn't gonna talk about this. I made a solemn vow on stream that not even Batman could beat this conversation out of me, but it's gonna leave my lips because I can't take it anymore. This is worse than the torture Jack Bauer put his terrorists through. People keep emailing me and asking me, what did I think about the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight? The reason I didn't want to talk about the fight and the reason I was so adamant that I wouldn't be talking about the fight while it was going on during stream is because it's just boring. It was extremely lackluster, and that was an extremely predictable thing to see from a mile away. Now, apparently the undercard fights that preceded the main event were extremely good, so hats off to all the fighters that really put their best foot forward and delivered an incredible performance in the middle of this fucking circus. I have said, since the very day this was announced, that it was a pathetic endeavor. I thought that this would only end in underwhelming, disappointing disaster. And it only got worse when Mike Tyson suffered a medical emergency and nearly died like 4 months before this fight even happened, which caused it to be pushed back in the first place. It is stupid. I thought it was a horrible concept for a fight. I didn't even watch it. I was streaming
Alpha
Dark
Team,
Souls 3
this
through
is
the
Chief
whole
of
thing,
Security
and getting
Blanchard.
updates from
Are
chat
you
about
aside
how
for sore
horrible it
eyes?
was to watch, what a giant
I've been
waste
holed
of
up in
time
the
and
mansion.
scam it was, and I still was provided with a real-time analysis round by round, and my god, even just reading the cliff notes was sad. I was very, very firm in that prediction. And there was no knockouts in this fight. Not only was there no knockouts, there was no anything worthwhile. As I said from the beginning, this is just a cash grab. It is two athletes getting a payday and nothing else. And from the highlights, using that word real loosey-goosey, that I watched of it, there wasn't even really much of a fight there. Mike Tyson is nearly 60 years old. He is a legend, but he's also a man. And there is no man that can beat Father Time. Time is undefeated and it always will be. And there are certain things that as you age, you just can't overcome in a physical sense like this. Honestly, I'm very impressed that Mike Tyson was able to even go the distance in this fight to actually finish it, because he was gassed really early from what I can tell. He ran out of steam by like the second round almost entirely, from at least from what I've picked up on. Again, I didn't watch it live, but from everything I'm seeing, it seemed like he was completely out of energy, needed to construct additional pylons, like there were no resources left, yet he hung on and still absorbed like 200 punches from Jake Paul. So really hats off to Mike Tyson for that and overcoming all of the obstacles that he did to even fight in this event. It really is extraordinary, to be honest. It was never realistic to expect him to come out there and be the Mike Tyson that everyone remembers from the glory days. It was always going to be an incredibly difficult challenge to fight someone as young as Jake Paul. I am not surprised that Jake won this fight, and people are already clowning on him for it, saying that he's already booked his next fight against Joe Biden and then his following fight against Jimmy Carter. Jake Paul hurts more elderly people than a staircase. He's built a reputation of just challenging out of their prime fighters, retired fighters, sometimes not even fighters. I wouldn't be shocked if Jake Paul called out my father, saying that he's bad at iRacing and he wants to prove it by getting in the boxing ring with my dad. I know everyone, including myself, was saying this is a lose-lose for Jake because even if he won, he would still get laughed at for it, which he is, rightfully so. But if he lost, he would get laughed at for that too, for losing to a nearly 60-year-old man. But now, it's pretty clear it wasn't a lose-lose. It was a win-win. Two winners, Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. They both got like $20 million each for this. And you know who ultimately got put in a losing position, a little checkmate? Everyone who watched it. Everyone who spent their night waiting for something extraordinary to happen with Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. I am surprised at how popular this was. I am shocked that people bought into the hype again. This is a classic how many times do I have to teach you this lesson moment. Logan Paul versus Floyd Mayweather. Like all of these fights like this, where it's YouTuber versus legend, are always underwhelming. I also speculated that this fight, Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, had a no knockout clause. I still think I'm probably right on the money with that. This truly was just about getting a bag. I don't think there was ever the desire for Jake or Mike to knock the other out, so I think it was probably even written into the contract to maybe not go hog wild in the fight or anything. But of course, that's just a conspiracy theory. That's fucking tinfoil condom shit for me there. Not that it really matters. At the end of the day, this was never about a fight. It was always about a payday for both of them. So, I mean, congratulations to them. They definitely made a pretty penny off of this. Maybe next time when Jake Paul announces his next opponent, you know, when he digs up the corpse of Muhammad Ali and challenges it to a fight, maybe then people will be like, maybe I'll sit this one out. I've been disappointed plenty of times now with these big YouTuber fights. Maybe this is the one that I'll finally skip on. Because right now, this is just an infinite money glitch right here. Jake Paul has made so much doing this same thing. And you think he gives a shit that people make fun of him for challenging retired fighters? Absolutely not. He doesn't care at all because it draws a crowd every time. And even if you hate him for it, you're still watching. And that's putting tons of doubloons in his pockets. And he knows that playing the villain is extremely lucrative because it gets people invested. They want to see him get knocked out, and he plays with that, and he makes a lot of money off that. So people will be cheering for whoever he goes up against. When Jake Paul announces that he's fighting the ghost of Christmas past next week, people will tune in hoping that this will be the time that, you know, the dildo of justice rarely comes lubed, and it's coming at Jake raw. It's going to be the time he gets knocked out, and I can't wait to see it. And it probably won't, because Jake is a good fighter, and he is fighting people that don't actively fight anymore. When he did fight someone that does still actively fight, he lost. And I'm going to make another prediction here. I don't think he's going to make that mistake again. I don't think he's going to challenge any more active fighters. That's a bold prediction because he's going to be farming this for quite some time. I think he will continue to choose huge names and nothing else. Huge names that people will recognize to draw a crowd to tune in to the latest fucking wet fart of a fight that he puts on. So there you go. There's the whole enchilada on my thoughts of Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. I'm very happy I didn't watch it live. That would have made me actually mad, especially considering how bad the broadcast apparently was. That's a totally separate subject. So I was reading some of the complaints from people. Like after I watched the highlights, I was reading from like some articles that were posted about like the Netflix issues that they were experiencing. How do you fuck that up so bad? This was a massive event for Netflix, and they definitely fumbled it in a big way. But maybe that could be spun as a blessing in disguise, because maybe there's people that were watching it, but the broadcast was so bad they turned it off. You saved yourself a headache. You saved yourself some time, because you didn't miss anything by turning the fight off. Maybe you went to bed a little early because of that. You got some extra slumber and you're feeling a lot more recharged today. So Netflix's blunder may have been to your benefit, at least some viewers out there. Though I do think Netflix should probably get that shit together for the next time they try and do a massive streamed broadcast. Because hooey, from what I've read, that was not smooth at all, huh? Anyway, though, that's really about it. See ya.
A new opinion piece on IGN from Sab Astley says the blockbuster games bubble has
Waypoint marked.
The AAA industry survival the obvious headline on
Another corpse on ice.
On that thing? Oh, nightmare fuel.
Max ammo.
One too many holes in your skull, I'm afraid. One undead asshole on the rocks, please.
Max armor.
Oh, so that's how it is.
Max armor.
It's happening like all over the tech sector. If you've not seen, like, look up on TikTok or YouTube Shorts or something, videos of like comp sci graduates trying to find jobs. Look at the videos of jobs.
Like it was made for me.
Can you follow instructions? It will be unfortunate if you cannot.
They're quicker than they look.
I have added a note to your file to say you don't suck.
Points.
Uploading trial reward. Keep it up. Excellent work. Please flood your brains with dopamine and serotonin. I never doubted your commitment. Other things, yes, but not your commitment.
And then we also have customer spending that skyrockets. If they spend this percentage,
I'm gonna head out.
Double points.
spend the same proportional amount of money as they are right now, we're going to make bank. And everyone started greenlighting these massive projects, spending tons of money on ideas that frankly weren't that interesting. We're getting to the point where
Talk about icing. At least you went down among friends. Not everyone is selected. Tossing frag.
They're more precise.
Keyword, almost. Another corpse on ice. Putting on a clinic over here.
Insta-kill.
It's far from just Call of Duty. In the same CMA report, Amazon's publisher admits that minimum costs for launching franchises with $550 million of marketing costs on top of it. That is a $1.2 billion game. To put that into perspective, Minecraft, the world's best-selling video game of all time, has of last year only achieved $3 billion.
The only weapons allowed past this point are emotional support weapons. Minimum trial success criteria achieved. My expectations were low, and yet you have met them. Despite your obvious deficiencies, you succeeded against all odds. Organic life really is amazing.
What's this? One of their arms?
Jackpot. That's the wiring for the jet gun.
No brain, no gain. Talk about ice in your veins.
Because it used to be, yeah, you spent $50 million trying to latch on to this trend. Didn't really work, try the next one. Nowadays, games are so expensive to make, you can't have a failure. Like, you literally cannot afford to fail even once. These examples of current AAA publishing reflect a deep-rooted fear to engage with anything new and original, with publishers perhaps more risk-averse than ever to stray out of their established IP safety bars. Even that, though, is not helping, because even games like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, for example, did fine, but they were expecting that to be a blowout success. Or Final Fantasy 16 is perhaps the better example, where that was a game they spent $200 million on, and it did not reach their financial targets. Like, that's an established franchise, one of the most recognizable franchises in the industry, and it didn't work. Like, it just didn't connect with people for whatever reason. So it's not even clear that sticking to your known IP help. As they say, but even well-known IP could be worth millions in sales and revenue are being left to rot. Despite owning Infamous, Jak and Daxter, Killzone, Resistance, and Sly Cooper, to name a few entries in PlayStation's sprawling dormant library, Sony CFO Hiroki Totoki recently claimed that the company lacks enough original IP to consolidate itself as a true gaming powerhouse. I think it's how they value these franchises, and I hate to be this guy, but for modern 2024 gamers, I don't think Jak and Daxter has that much brand value. I know for some people it's very nostalgic, but I don't think like a reboot of Jak and Daxter all of a sudden magically blows up. Killzone, maybe if it was done really well, but even then, it's really hard to compete in the first-person shooter space. Resistance, Sly Cooper, I don't think those do disproportionately well. Infamous, I do think could stand to be more successful because it's much more like visually striking, and that seems to be a big thing for a lot of PlayStation games, is if you can have that really unique visual presentation, it can help a lot. But it's really hard to say whether that could blow up and be successful. What Totoki may mean is that Sony's older catalog of library IP does not fit with the mold of what every publisher has been mindlessly chasing for the better part of a decade. The next big live service money printer. It's difficult to imagine much fanfare for a Sly Cooper reboot where Bentley and Murray are purchased to play. Grand heists are season pass bonuses, and worlds are delivered half-baked and fully formed. It's undeniable that on some level the video game market has changed forever because of the live service model. New video games don't just have to compete with new rivals, but somehow find space in an increasingly crowded market dominated by decade-old titles like Fortnite and Grand Theft Auto Online, games which will continue to hold higher player counts than many of the top-sold games of the last few years. But live service titles require investment of not only money, but time to find their audience, neither of which was afforded to Fireworks Studios' Concord. Yeah, but it's also, I mean, I also don't think time would have fixed Concord. I don't think if they like still had it up and available, I don't think it would have found a ton of success. Just because like these games that are competitive and are PvP, you need other players. And already when I played it at launch, there was a problem where there weren't enough players to even like matchmake quickly. We had one where we were trying to get into their like second or third different game mode, and matchmaking timed out like on launch day because there weren't enough players playing it. Like if at that point you're screwed. Could easily fix that with bots though. It's true. I do think bots would at least make it feel more populated. But I think if you're really hoping to have a more competitive game, I don't think that works. You know, Norsky, thank you for that. A thing that is rarely mentioned is performance, making it prohibitively expensive to run the game because a $1,000 PC doesn't cut it, combined with $70 to $80 price hike. Yeah, I mean, quality all over the place is a concern here. Like it's a big weak point. All of these games, there's just question marks all over the place with it, which lowers confidence in the consumer. And other pieces, the other kind of piece here, we'll see if they mention it, is something like Game Pass. How many times have you heard a game reviewer say, it's not worth the price point now, but if it comes available on PlayStation Plus or Game Pass later, then you could jump on it. Or a deep sale. Like, that's a big part of it too, is once that value proposition has been shifted, and there's other options than just buy it now or buy it on a sale later, like that confuses it even more. The recent fate of Concord's Firewalk Studio serves as a microcosm for the increasingly bleak outlook for the next few years of video game development. Concord was Firewalk's first game. It's baby in many ways. An 8-year development bolstered by Sony's acquisition with a reported cash injection of $200 million plus. PlayStation reportedly believed it had the next Star Wars-esque franchise on its hands, but the game struggled significantly across both its beta testing period and launch, and was soon completely shut down by Sony, with Firewalk closed for business shortly after. Concord's downfall happened faster than any other failed game of the live service era. Yeah, and at the very least, they acknowledge that this isn't going to work, and they just cut the cord before it was too late. Something like Suicide Squad still up and running. I'm glad it's not lost media like Concord now, but it's not really lost because people still haven't installed it. Like, you can't play it, you get what I mean. But I would not be surprised if after Season 4 launches for Suicide Squad, that also goes offline. They probably, hopefully, launch the offline patch, and then do it, because they say that's still scheduled to come out by the end of this year, but we'll see. Oh, that's good. They cut the Concord. Ah, I see what you did, Shepard. I see what that's good. That was very good. Clever. Just a decade earlier, though, a similar disaster was plaguing Blizzard's Diablo 3. The crippling Error 37 message made the game unplayable, and fans worldwide decried the absolute failure to launch. Dude, that Error 37, this is a deep cut. This is a very deep cut. Okay, are you ready? This is from an era where, before this guy lost his mind. Do you guys remember this viral video from May of 2012 when Boogie was playing his character Francis, and it was Error 37.
This is a message to the people that work for Blizzard Entertainment, specifically the Diablo 3 crew. I was going to make a video today because I didn't think anybody shit. I thought everybody be out playing Diablo 3. And I thought I would be playing Diablo 3, you'd be playing Diablo 3. But nobody's fucking playing Diablo 3! Because you guys see the servers are down, and every time I try to log in, all I get is fucking error 37, error 37, I keep trying to log in and I get error 37, error 37, why the fuck is it 37? What the fuck are the other 36? Shouldn't this be error number 1? Error number 1, I can't log the fuck in!
Old school Boogie, man, before he totally went insane. Wow. Yeah, that video did 5 million views last year. 5 million views in 12 years. That's crazy. A different era. Tell you what. But that Era 37, that's what that made me think of. Which is why I think it's important for us to remember that, like, we have recency bias where it feels at any given moment that the world is ending and, like, things are worse than ever before. You know, it's standard affair. Pretty typical. Like, I'm sure we all have parents like that. You know, like, growing up, your parents were like, yep, it's only a matter of time before the revolution starts. They're like, honestly, I think World War III is right around the corner. Every single time. I remember after, like, I was 11 years old or whatever, and Obama won, and I had, like, a family member, and I remember our pastor rambling about how, like, it was only a matter of time before they started rounding up children to, like, send to re-education camps and stuff. Like, I told you guys, some of the places I grew up around were, like, a little out there. But every generation it's like this. Hopefully not to that extreme for your family, but every generation, everybody's like, oh, everything is the worst it's ever been. It's like, not really. Like, even back in 2012, there were colossal, disastrous launches of live service and of big AAA great games where, like, you just can't log in on launch day. Like, that's really, really bad. Really bad. Soon after the game's real money auction house left players with a foul taste in their mouth, and Diablo 3's reputation was roasting in the flames. But rather than abandoning it, Blizzard not only repaired the game, removed the auction house, but fundamentally upgraded and evolved it into Diablo 3 2.0 with its Reaper of Souls expansion, finally cementing its comeback as a brilliant game. Similar to the story we've seen with CD Projekt Red's hard-fought battle to win Cyberpunk players back. And that's true, it does take time, but also the key difference with those two examples, with Diablo 3 and with Cyberpunk, people wanted those games. The reason they were so, like, disastrous was because, like, people wanted those games, and when they went disastrously launched, they were frustrated because, like, they wanted that. With something like Concord, nobody wanted it. It was amazing because, like, we would do videos on it, or I would stream playing it. Nobody was interested in playing it themselves. They just wanted to see the dumpster fire. And it's why I said, like, for Concord specifically, it's kind of a weird example. But people were rooting for that game to fail because of what it represented, because it was an example of Sony's pursuit of live service money at the cost of, like, creative integrity in a lot of people's mind. Same with Suicide Squad, where it was the failure of an amazing studio that was previously beloved, and it was a selling out that people wanted to see collapse and burn. And so there was a lot of engagement and discourse around it, but nobody actually wanted to play the game, you know, they because of what it represented. Like, that's what it was. So they continue. If the alleged $200 million budget, had been lowered, the project's direction refocused as a spark for a new universe rather than a big bang. It doesn't seem hard to believe that Concord may have found its audience with some Blizzard or CDPR-like shepherding from Sony. Many projects akin to Concord could have been the medium-sized success they deserve to be, if not for the financial corners these publishers have found themselves backed into. If everything is bigger and bolder, who possibly has the time to play more than 1 or 2 games each year? That's a good question. Not that such financial corners or anything publishers should always attempt to navigate. Gamers are beginning to wane interest in these monolithic projects. You need only look at the top-rated games for 2024 list, whereas 2023 award lists were littered with AAA games from 500-strong studios. 2024's show a revitalized hunger for smaller, more independent spirit. Arcade machine throwback UFL 50, Metroidvania-esque Animal Well, poker roguelike Bellatro, or Bellatro, I don't know how you pronounce it, and text-based pixel adventure, The Crimson Diamond are just some of the games you'll see appearing again and again on these lists. Despite their numerous differences, they share a commonality, a smaller, more refined experience that recalls earlier eras of gaming where marriages and mechanics and storytelling were key through technological craftiness rather than literal country-sized game worlds. The nostalgia they create for older video game generations are central to the heart of their creation. They just want you to pick them up and have a good time now and again. The slow but increasingly clear pivot of video game audiences to potential indie game renaissance is a clear message to publishers that if everything is bigger and bolder, who possibly has time to play more than 1 or 2 games each year? But perhaps more than anything, it feels like these big studios, at least to me, it feels like a lot of these studios are not interested in creating games that I want. They're interested in creating games that they think I should want, you know? It's like the old example of like, who asked for this? Why did you think I'd like this? Suicide Squad being the main example here, where they had a very, very easy layup to just make playable characters that people were interested in. But instead they create characters and a story and a campaign nobody asked for. Like, oh, you love Batman? We're gonna literally shoot him in the face. You love the Flash? Cool. We're gonna kill him and then literally piss on his dead body. You think I'm making that up? You didn't watch the cutscenes from Suicide Squad. I am not joking. That happens in the game. It's craziness. And I know people, you might throw out the term woke, you might throw out the term virtue signaling or toxic positivity, whatever the cause of it is. There has been a pivot where people that are making these huge, multi-$100 million games, they either don't care what the core fan base and player base and what their customers want, or they have active contempt for what you want, and they're going to give you something they think you need instead, which is what's particularly insulting. It's like, oh, you find this character obnoxious and annoying? Sounds like a you problem. It's like, no, maybe they just suck. Maybe they're just not interesting. Maybe you're the problem. That's why nobody bought it. Busted Not, don't these publishers have market research teams? What data were they analyzing? This all goes back to a core problem that has plagued not just video games, but also TV and movies and everything. It's even seeped into like our politics. So, and I don't want to get like super political because I'm a gaming YouTuber and nobody should care what I think about politics. But there's a premise for years has been that you have all these little bubbles of people. You have the white guys. You have the college white woman. You have Hispanic women. You have black women. You have Hispanic men. You have the gay population. You have transgender players. You have Asian players. You have all these people in different bubbles. And their goal is to try and make a game that features little bits of each of these bubbles. And their goal is based on the premise that if you appeal to each bubble, members of those bubbles will feel represented and therefore come and buy your game and play it. That's It's like Saints Row reboot, where all of a sudden it was like, you know, they had this thing where they're like, oh, all the characters are young adults who are fresh out of college and have student loan debt, eat the rich. I can't afford my own apartment. I have to live with roommates. Isn't that relatable, fellow kids? And the idea was, if you do appeal to those people and have things that are similar according to the metrics, according to the market research, those people will come and buy your game because they'll feel represented by the diverse cast. The problem is, at least in video games, it seems, people don't give a shit if they're represented. They want to play as a big, crazy Greek god killing other gods. They want to go and play as an alien hunter going and exploring space. They want to play as just some dude in a zombie apocalypse, even though zombies are not, you know, super represented or whatever. It doesn't matter. They want to go and play that. They want escapism. They want to play a game and get away from reality. They don't want to play a microcosm of reality. And it's just a whole concept that was built on a faulty premise, which is that those people would come out if you had checked off their box. And they just don't. They just don't. I think with like Lawless in Suicide Squad, I guess the idea was, if we have a confident, assertive, black female playable character, black females will come and play our game and buy it and enjoy it. Clearly it didn't happen. Like, otherwise the game might be doing better. Same with other characters, like by having Mrs. Freeze, where they have like oh, here it is. It's our video we did on it, where we're playing through it. Yeah, look at that. Look at its haircut. Where I guess the idea was, if we have her, then it's going to make the game more appealing to gay females, I guess, is the approach. But I mean, not only am I not sure how big the population of like gay female scientist gamers are, it also just, like, when that's all you're doing and that's your prime directive, it also like actively turns off people because they know what you're doing. Like, they're not stupid. Like, we all know what you're doing. We all know what you're doing. It's the same thing with like Ubisoft with Yasuke, where they're like, no, we're not trying to pander to anybody. And then Yasuke comes on screen and they have this like hip hop inspired music that starts playing, and we're like, you're gonna tell me with a straight face you're not trying to pander? Like, right? Like, really? You know, everybody knows what you're doing, and you're basically calling us stupid by pretending as though you're not. So I think there's just many layers of this that all stack into it. But more than anything, at the end of the day, gamers just want to play a good video game. Gamers just want to play a good video game. It doesn't matter what the playable character is. It doesn't matter what or like what the bad guy looks like, or what they sound like, what their accent is, what amount of melanin they have in their skin. It doesn't matter. They just want to play a good video game. And if that video game happens to have a diverse cast, cool. Maybe that's even like bonus points. It's like, oh, it's a really good game and it has a really diverse cast. Awesome, cool. That's great. But you got to get that first part right. You got to get the good game right. And it feels like so many of these big launches have been built around the presumption that you don't really have to worry about that. You can put the other thing, you can put the cart before the horse. You can focus on how many people we've appealed to, how many different bubbles we've captured. And then the video game part of it comes after the fact. Which is why, like, for Lawless, as a playable character in Suicide Squad, Lawless's whole thing is like gravity manipulation, where like she can like open black holes and stuff. So what would you expect in a video game if you can open a black hole? You'd expect, like, a black hole, all the enemies get pulled into it, and then you can throw like grenades in, you can do this and that and deal lots of damage, easy peasy. But what does she do? It's just a gigantic grenade. She like tosses it down and it blows up. That's her black hole ability. It's like, gameplay and the game side of this was such a low priority. You wrote in this other stuff where she's like manipulating black holes and gravity and stuff, but the gameplay was such a low priority, you didn't even put that in the game. You just reskinned a grenade. Like, it's so stupid. And it's frankly not surprising that so many of these games that don't prioritize gameplay and the game first end up really struggling. And I think for a lot of people, the feeling has been that these big studios, they don't really care about the game first. They're trying to design something by committee or whatever else, and they thought they could just do it that way, but whoever their advisors are, their directors are, their executive marketing people are, they clearly have no idea what they are doing. So long, I mean, is this good for the player? So long as the shift now goes from just throw money at whatever, and as long as our marketing team says we're appealing to the widest group of people, as long as we move away from that, because that clearly doesn't make good video games, and we're moving towards prioritizing quality first and foremost, then it's a win. And this is why, like, the free market can be a very powerful thing. That's why I've said before, I'm not too worried about, like, activist writers and stuff in the industry, because they tend to not be good writers, which is why they're not writers, they're activists first. Like, if they were good writers, they would just be writers. But if they're activists in the role of a writer, they're probably not great writers. And so you get games like Dustborn, which are hilariously terrible, that lose tons and tons of money. So in general, like, they tend to equalize themselves because the free market punishes crap and tends to reward quality in the long run. So I think we're seeing, you know, a big correction where a lot of this stuff and the reckless spending and greenlighting of projects that happened right before COVID and then right after COVID and during, I think a lot of that's coming to an end, and the industry's going to look a lot different in 3, 4, 5 years when we start to see the games that are coming out after this kind of culling of really crappy projects. And I, for one, can't wait for it, because I think start of next generation, we're going to start to get some games that feel much more like the early 2010s. I think you're going to see a return to that type of thing. And you're already seeing groups and some of those, like, activist types starting to freak out because they feel like this might swing the pendulum the other way, where it's like games will start to go back to everybody's, you know, ripped and super vascular and masculine, and then all the women are wearing, you know, dressed like Tifa. And I don't think we'll go quite that far like the late 2000s, but I do think you'll start to see a lot of these studios trying to play up the core audience a lot more, which historically in the gaming industry, it tends to be a lot of young men, and they're going to really try to lock that in. Because shocker, when most of your customers, like 90+% are young men, and by some metrics, for some games, it's like 98% young men. If those people feel like you have disdain for them, they're not going to buy your game, and that's kind of what happened with Suicide Squad. I mean, you shouldn't be surprised when that happens. Clem, thank you for the 5. I'm an exterminator, and I felt very represented in Space Marine 2. It was nice. Yeah, who knew? Who knew that was like the they're like, yeah, our game mainly is targeting exterminators, and we're really trying to appeal to people who hate bugs. Oh yeah, no, see, that's very positive. Yeah, that's okay. He took my thing.
tripping cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you finally, see you looking down and out. Coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music. I'm saying I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I let somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last
Security Chief to new arrivals. Could have used you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the mansion, command center. Injured, but intact. Most everyone else is... well, you've got eyes. Look, we need to get this situation under control ASAP. Be ready for anything. Alpha, search the area. We've got 3 Janus Science personnel missing. Their knowledge is critical to mission success, and we take care of our own.
That, my friends, is excellence in action.
Max armor.
Keep pushing. We need to find out what caused all this, even if it turns out it was us.
Go.
laughing now, bullet brain?
Bonus points. Tear them to pieces.
Bravo Zulu. One less skull spider to worry about.
Max ammo.
Coordinates marked.
Max armor.
That is one too many holes in your skull, I'm afraid. Somehow you've made my weapon even weaponier, and I really appreciate it. Hop, hop. Anyone got any antiseptic or vodka? I'm not picky.
Bonus points.
Marking target location.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
Choppers available for exfil.
That going out. You know where you can shove that cannon. Join me at the fight, compadre.
Ears and eyes are the best weapons. Make a sound, you're halfway dead.
Welcome to Liberty Falls. Population? Well, less than yesterday. Never been so glad to see backup arrive. Hell, lucky I'm still in one piece. I need you to look for survivors. Subdue any threats. Help me save this town. Copy. Be advised, we lost contact with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home. We need brain power as much as firepower.
Punch lang, punch. Mahal naman. Wala.
Back to the grave.
Punch.
Sorry you came here yet. Right. Does anyone have to show up?
Okay lang.
It was you.
Why do things the hard way?
No. Dead.
Checkmate, assholes!
Bonus points.
Go off.
Tear them to pieces.
Another tango identifies. How many kinds of these freaks are there? Watch your 6. There's gotta be more crawlers out there.
That frostbite will get ya!
Max ammo.
Minum. Ma.
Oh, nice. I've been doing this the hard way.
Oh, this is on my neck.
I'm so done with target discrimination. Ew, I heard that one.
It's the kid. Max Armor.
Go and
This trial will evaluate specific skills, as well as several classified criteria. Into mode, likely craptacular tier reward achieved. Yay. You are motivated. Description not found. Medium trial reward unlocked. Trial milestone stage 3 reached. If my algorithms allowed, I would dispense greater rewards. Alas, I am a slave to my programming.
Where were you when I was writing my dissertation? One, two, three. Screw it. Let's fucking go! Tossing sun. Pop, pop. The kill gets you right down in your bones.
Ang gago. Ah! Bobo.
Alpha Team, this is Chief of Security Blanchard. Are you a sight for sore eyes? I've been holed up in the mansion since yesterday trying to organize a containment response. Now that you're here, let's lock down that AO. I'll track body cams and coordinate it.
Beneran apa bro?
I got you. Our guys are getting rowdy. Be advised, we lost contact with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home. We need brain power as much as firepower.
Max armor.
Sorry you came here yet. Well, if anyone had to show up, I'm glad it was you.
Makita, sinisit ako. Oh.
Down you go, freaky.
hard and live your life, hey. Be aware of who you are, what you're good at. Take a step forward, see where your foot's at. Stand tall, stand proud, talk loud. Every word out your mouth has purpose now. You just gotta get rid of
Tear them to pieces.
One ugly bug KIA.
Uy, caminan ahí.
That's a calorie bomb.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Say what I want, so I'll take it on. I'll make mistakes, make you strong.
Count like dominoes.
Yeah, Charlie Sheen of your grandkids, ladies, all that I'm saying. This is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night, there ain't no point in resisting. Living out, make it right, that's the thing. Every night, gotta
Shuffled right into that one.
Oh.
Insta kill.
best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me.
Bokong puta.
You're all fucking welcome.
If you can't keep up, get out of my way. Pull me in, coach.
Let's fucking have it. Payne, reporting his orders.
Thought you'd never ask.
Let's get it done. No, look.
This is it. Ready to make his... Hello, I am Klaus.
What is it this time, Ad?
We've got a job to do.
Crime never pays.
There's always another job. Everything's got a price. Time to get my hands...
Mistakes made or lives lost. Don't.
I told you to stop calling me, Woods.
Let me guess, another fight? Must be my lucky day.